Morning, everyone. I'd like to call this meeting to order. It's 10:01. This is a special meeting of council for the consideration of the draft 2026 budget. We thank everyone. Some have traveled quite a distance to get with us today. It's quite a winter stormy morning, so thank you all. We are here as a full group of council members, which means we have quorum, and we are present with our treasurer, or sorry, our deputy clerk.
Deputy clerk? Clerk.
Clerk. I haven't been here very long.
I don't want to be the treasurer, just saying.
Well, that's where my mind was going. And
That's exactly it.
And our treasurer is with us, as well as many other staff members, so thank you all. Our first order of business is our land acknowledgement statement. The Township of Hamilton is situated within the traditional territory of the Mississauga, Anishinaabeg, and Chippewa nations, collectively known as the Williams Treaties First Nations. Our work on these lands respectfully acknowledges their resilience and their long-lasting contributions to the area now known as the Township of Hamilton. I don't believe we have any additions to our agenda, so we will move forward with the prepared motion to confirm the agenda as circulated. And that simply reads that the agenda for the special council meeting held on December 10th, 2025 be approved. Do I have a mover? John, seconded by Mark. Any questions or comments? All in favor? Carried. Thank you. Okay, are there any declarations of pecuniary interest or general nature thereof for today's meeting? Seeing none, that will be recorded. Public question period on agenda items only. How many do we have for this, clerk? Don't see anyone? So okay, we shall move on. Nobody jumping up on that? And nobody online. Presentations. Presentations from Tammy Robinson for the 2026 library budget. Tammy, the floor is yours. I just simply ask that we get that microphone properly working.
How's that? Sounds good?
Perfect, I think.
Great. Okay. Thank you very much for this opportunity to present the Public Library's budget proposal for the township branches. Today, in our presentation, I'm going to share how the library serves the township, the impact we've made, and why continued investment in the libraries is essential. So the library, as you all know, is more than books. I'm sure all of you visit quite regularly the library branches. We offer diverse collections, digital resources, and of course, programs for all ages. We also provide free Wi-Fi, public computers, meeting spaces, which really makes the library a hub for the community and a place for learning and connection. The library also offers a varied collection, which is crucial for promoting equity, diversity, and inclusion. And we also ensure that the library meets the diverse educational, informational, and recreation needs of the entire community. Now, our library programs are provided freely to all to ensure that everyone, regardless of their socioeconomic status, can fully participate. Story time, book clubs, craft programs, special events, and more are all offered for all ages for free. Now, the township branches are also very unique in that they are the only location where we have take-and-make kits, which are very popular and vital component of our library programming. And this enables us to extend our library services beyond the reach of the walls. I'm not sure if any of you have tried to pick up those take-and-make kits, but we've had to increase the number we have at each branch. Cold Springs branch on the first day of the month, they're usually gone in the first 2 hours, all of the kits, and at the other branches, they do tend to go out within the first couple of days that we're open in the month. They used to last a whole month, but not anymore. Community support. The township library branches play an important role for supporting the community by providing safe, accessible space, as well as free information resources for every member of the community. We're a popular meeting space for community groups and clubs, and for tutoring and studying, and for those who need assistance with accessing a computer and printer, and also just for those who need some recommendations for finding their next great read. And all the township branches provide essential access to technology through free Wi-Fi access to public computers and printers. We also offer free scanning services, plus staff assistance is always available. And there's access to the wide variety of the library's digital resources. The access is 24/7, as long as you have a library card. And the library's wide variety of digital resources and services allow the branches to significantly expand the scope of information that's available to the community. So just a couple things I'm going to point out. On the slide, you see something called Morail. It's a digital platform developed by CBC Radio Canada, and that helps users learn both English or French. It uses authentic Canadian content such as news, documentaries, shows, to improve oral comprehension through video clips, quizzes, and challenges. It's quite popular to use. And we also have the g1.ca, a very popular website which offers resources, tips, and free practice tests for drivers in Ontario. It helps learners prepare for the written G1 driver exam as well as the M1 motorcycle exam. So if you know anybody going for their license, have them do some practice tests. Statistics. This is what I know a lot of people are interested in. Now, the numbers you see here, this is what the numbers look like for the township branches just from January 1st to December 1st of this year. So by the end of 2025, I predict that we're going to have over 4,000 visits. Circulation, of course, will be more than 34,000. And I'm confident that program attendance will be close to 2,000 by the end of the year. And you can see that membership for the township is steadily growing. We've had more than 600 new town members from the township specifically sign up for library memberships just in the last 11 months, which is an incredible number. And community feedback. Our township members consistently tell us how much they value the library, and we've especially received many positive comments about the launch of the new Cold Springs branch, which opened in July of this year. And I believe many, if not all of you, were there for that as well. Budget overview. So the library is asking for $376,200. This is an increase of just over $14,000, 3.96%. And just to give you an idea, the budget covers the cost of things such as the staffing, the services, materials, programming, parts of the facilities as well, and there's some reserve funding in there. And for income, the township receives $19,180 from the provincial government. It's called the Public Library Operating Grant. It never changes. It's been that for, I think, 27 years now. And we also bring in just $11,000 through other revenue, and that is through donations and grants, some library fines. We don't collect as much as we used to, photocopy fees, etc. And then we've set some goals for next year. So one of the goals is we're going to begin researching and expanding our non-traditional collection items. So non-traditional right now are things like the jigsaw puzzles, the guitars, ukuleles, the Ontario Provincial Park passes. So those are the non-traditional. So we want to add some more items in that. I believe we will have, if not January, February, adult bird watching kits. So this is going to be a backpack with books, binoculars, information, and I think that will be a real draw. There's lots of birds around the township to watch and observe, so that's going to be one of them. And we'd also like to increase our program attendance. We have some great ideas for programs, especially at the Cold Springs branch, with access to the kitchen and also access to the large auditorium as well. So we know we'll be increasing program attendance. And we also want to explore new outreach and partnership opportunities. We've just started really connecting a lot more with different partners. Right now, we have Northumberland Early On that we work with. We also have the police and we have the fire department, but there's many other partnerships that we have. We also partner with the town too, especially over summer camps. We do come out and do some programming there as well, but we know that there's more opportunities we can explore. And we really want to ensure that the township branches remain relevant and responsive to all community needs. And in our closing statement, we are simply asking for support in approving the library's proposed 2026 budget. The investment in the library branches will allow us to sustain and grow services that matter deeply to township residents. Thank you very much, and I'm available for questions if you have any.
Normally, I defer the early part of the questions to my fellow council members, but I'll start off this time. As a refresher for us, and maybe for some viewing us on video, could you tell us the hours and days that our 3 branches are open that's in the township, please?
Certainly. So the Cold Spring branch is open on Wednesdays from 3 to 6. Now, we also do Harwood once a month at the Pancake Breakfast. So that's on the first Saturday in the morning. We do consider Harwood Hall a branch. We also have Gore's Landing, which is open Saturdays. Well, let me see, I have to double check. Saturdays 12 to 4, sorry, and Tuesdays 3 to 7, Heather knows. And then we also have Bewdley, which is open again on
Wednesday, 4 to 8.
there you go, Wednesday 4 to 8 at Bewdley, and then 2 other days as well.
Thursdays, 1 to 4.
Thursdays 1 to 4 and Saturdays 9.
9 to 12.
Oh yeah,
Right, that's story time.
yeah. Story time 9 to 12 on Fridays, and we have
Saturdays, 1 to 4.
Saturdays 1 to 4. Thank you, Heather. Yeah, with part-time hours, trying to remember them all, I should have had them written down, but there are several hours. So we did change Bewdley a couple of years ago to accommodate some requests by the community, and it seems to be working quite well.
Thank you. And I'll now turn to my fellow council members. John, you want to go first?
Our technician, thank you. Thank you for the presentation. You mentioned something about the kitchen at Cold Springs Hall. Can you elaborate on that?
Yeah, so downstairs, there's a wonderful, wonderful kitchen. And we have done one program down there recently. We have another one coming up next week where we're doing library baking with kids between the ages of 6 to 12. We're doing Christmas cookies, I believe. So Rachel, who's here with us today, does our children and youth services, and she does have her food handling certificate, so she will do all of our different cooking programs. We also have talked to Deputy Mayor Williamson, who had some ideas of working with adults and seniors about shopping and doing cooking on a budget as well. So it's a huge industrial kitchen, and we just love that space. So we're going to be doing utilizing it much more. We just book the space, and we're good to go.
That's good, thank you very much. I think that's a good thing because young people need to learn how to cook and get by on their own, so thank you.
I'll just interject. I will suggest that the results coming from that kitchen are far superior to the kitchen design itself.
The kitchen design actually works for us, so we're happy with that. When you go from 0 to having a giant kitchen, we're not very hard to please, so.
On any follow-up? You should go last. With your connection and association in support of the library, it wouldn't be fair to take questions away from our other council members, if in fact they have any. Am I okay saying that, Larry? Mark? Bruce? Mark, go ahead if you wish.
I'm good.
Okay. Bruce?
Thanks for the presentation. Could you give us a little idea of what the increase in the budget you're asking for, the 14,000 go to support?
Yeah, so the increase to that budget, that covers part of the increases in the staff salaries. We are unionized, so we just signed a new collective agreement, so there is pay raises for the staff there. It also goes towards databases that we are going to be getting as well. So it goes, the increase from the vendors, with the databases that we have licensing fees that we have to pay for some of those databases that have gone up. And unfortunately, the other thing is collections, just even the books. We thought libraries would be immune to the tariffs, but unfortunately not. So even if we have Canadian authors, you would think we just pay the Canadian prices, but unfortunately the printing is done in the States of the books, and then we have to pay the tariffs that come up here. So the increases, it's basically for the increases in costs, is what that covers.
Thank you.
Larry?
Thank you, Tammy, for coming, and the staff that are here today, just marvelous people. I can only say that when we first started, when I became a member of the board in this session, I was just overwhelmed with the activities and the professionalism of the board itself, which also reflected on the people who work at the library. And as they expand their services, it's just, I'm awed by it. I mean, when we opened up that pilot in Cold Springs, the people that were coming to the library were just thrilled. We had opened up a whole new avenue for them. And I think the important thing is we have parks and recreation, and we focus on sports and recreation. But when we brought the library to these facilities, it opened a cultural aspect that is just something that we just lack a lot of. But when you see, I've been up to the Bewdley Library on a night where there's hockey, and all of a sudden the library comes alive. There's mothers who are teachers in there doing their book work, their learning, their what do you call it, teaching schedules and all that kind of stuff. And then at the Harwood Hall, when you enter, the library's there, and people are just looking at all the books and signing books out. And the unique part is they don't have to go anywhere else. They can bring them back at the next breakfast and bring their books back then, and they don't have to go to Coburg. And so I think it's been a wonderful asset to us to bring the library forward. And they're constantly improving the services, the activities, you know, the programming is another thing. It's interesting when at the pancake breakfast at the Baltimore Rec Center last Saturday, it was wonderful because there was 200 people that came for the pancake breakfast, and I looked over and here's all the activities that are being done by the kids, and it just warmed my hearts that those kids were getting something from a cultural aspect at our Parks and Recreation Department. So thank you very much for coming today, and thank you for everything that you do. You do a great job. Thank you.
Thank you, Larry. Appreciate that. And I think Larry's sentiments is reflected in each and every one of us. And I'm not limiting myself to council members when I say that. I will just simply add one thing. I don't know whether there was a hint of a rumor of what happened here a couple months ago, but our emails lit up with support for Cold Springs Hall. And it gave a little feeling as though maybe we were looking at not continuing that. And I don't know how that started, but I can tell you that there was a lot of correspondence in keeping Cold Springs open, and a lot of support for the efforts that's going on there. So thank you all. I'll just simplify it that way. Thank you all, and I know there's other people behind the scenes that aren't with us today, so a thank you to them as well. And Tammy, thank you.
Thank you very much, and we also want to thank your staff for helping us with Cold Springs to get that done. We know they had a lot of cleanup and a lot of work ahead of them for our quick turnaround schedule. So again, thank you so much for the support from the township. That's really what made it a success when we had our opening day. So thank you.
We shall simply move on by having a motion to receive the presentation, and that prepared motion reads, that the presentation from Tammy Robinson, CEO, Cobourg Public Library, regarding the 2026 library budget be received for information. Do I have a mover? Moved by Bruce, second by Mark. Questions or comments? All those in favor? Carried. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Item 8 on our agenda, council meeting minutes. Prepared motion that the minutes of the regular council meeting held on November 18th, 2025, and special council meeting of November 26th, 2025, be adopted. Mover, please. John, second by Larry. Any questions or comments? All those in favor? Carried. Thank you. Item 9 on our agenda is correspondence regarding the Cavan Road rehabilitation. And this, I'm sure, can be discussed later in the budget process. So possibly if we just receive this motion at this point in time, we can have open discussion about it in the budget deliberation time. So I'll just simply assume that to be okay with council members, and now read the prepared motion that council follows the council, Cavan Road residents, 2026 budget request for Cavan Road rehabilitation for information. Not sure that reads 100% right, but we will correct it. The goal is there, we're receiving it for information, even if I read it wrong. Moved by Larry, seconded by Bruce. All those in favor? Thank you. I think the word received maybe wasn't said by me in that. Item 10 on our agenda. 10.1. It's regarding the budget consultation result. The council receives report T 2025-24, being the 2026 budget consultation result for information. Could I have a mover and a seconder, please? Moved by Mark, seconded by John. Questions or comments? All those in favor? Carried. Thank you. If we just go by this one sheet in front of me, we could be out of here in about a half an hour. 10.2 is recommended council, the Corporation Township of Hamilton enacts as follows. The council receives report T 2025. Too many numbers here alike. I'll start over. Council receives report T 2025-25, being the 2026 draft operating and capital budget, township as information. Now, obviously, we're going to move and second that to get it on the floor, and then we're going to hesitate for several hours. So could I have a mover and a seconder, please? Moved by John, seconded by Bruce. Okay. We'll stop there. Am I correct in my thought process? And now, just before we turn the floor over to yourself, Nazrat,
And it may be the volume on that machine. Yeah, it might be the volume on, Nazrat's machine.
well, Nazrat, we thank you for your future report. We've seen it at committee level, Many of us have talked and discussed. We appreciate the efforts of all of staff. We recognize the fact that it's a tight budget. There's been a lot of energy and effort go into it to get it as tight as it is. We've seen some comments from our ratepayers. And I guess I would say the overall theme is for us as an organization to look at what we can do better, more effectively, less dollars. And I think we all understand that. I quite frequently at budget time try to get our minds to think of that single parent out there sitting at the kitchen table, trying to assess whether they should pay the hydro bill or buy groceries. I had a recent conversation with a senior staff person, and the response I got back was, what about the senior on a fixed income? And I think we could add many examples to that because they're all very real. We're all very real. Our economy is not where it once was, and I think with uncertainties in tariffs, and cross-border, and jobs, and difficulties that are out there, that we have an opportunity. We have an opportunity today and on Monday to see if we can do better. And I hope that collectively that there might be one question or several questions that can help in that process. So I thank you to everyone that has put time and energy into this. And again, I know it's many more people than what's in this room today that have sat down and spent time on this process. I also hope that we are successful in what our goals are. And although I've not directly spoken on what our goals are to each and every one of you, I have indirectly had comments and thoughts and suggestions, so I feel comfortable in saying that we all have the same common goal. Special thank you to you, Nezrat, for being here from where you travel from. And I know you're the spokesperson for the group today. And I know there's a lot of questions and answers that you'll be dealing with. And out of respect to you and your voice, I would ask that, please, you do not have to use the phrase, through you, Mayor Jib, repeatedly. I know it's a position that sometimes gets that, a lot of times gets that. It's not needed today. Let's save your voice. Let's save everyone's voices in time and not go through that process. And I hope you can respect that request of mine. Nezrat, enough about me, enough about this. Thank you. The floor is yours. The only other thing I will add is, and it was brought up yesterday by myself, is that we do have a manager in the person of Trevor Clapperton who has capitalized on that opportunity that we extended to him yesterday to be with his family at a family funeral in Owen Sound, and it will be with us on Monday rather than today. So we respect that, and I hope they travel safe. Nezrat, please.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I'll minimize it. So I'm going to start with 2026 Budget Consultation Report. Staff is requesting that Council receive the 2026 Budget Consultation Report for information purpose. The budget survey was open to the public from July 15th to September 30th of this year. That's approximately 75 days. I am happy to say that we have received approximately 117 responses this year. And if you look at the budget survey, you will see that there are two components to it. The first one is where staff is asking directly questions to the residents, and the response are attached to Appendix A of the staff report. And the second component is where staff is asking residents to ask us questions directly. We received approximately 80 questions and comments. We answered it all, and that's attached to Appendix B of the staff report. Overall, the township received satisfaction ratings among the respondents. Most responses indicated that residents are satisfied with the overall level and quality of the services provided by the township. Is there any question on this report?
Seeing none.
Should I move on to the next report?
I should ask our clerk, in a situation like that where staff are asking for a specific motion to receive that for information, can we do that at the end when we do our overall motion, or should we do that one independently?
So, through you, Mr. Mayor, in this instance, we've actually, the motion to receive was moved and seconded and carried for the consultation report, and then we moved on to the draft budget, and Nusrat was able to provide an overview of the consultation. We have moved and seconded the draft budget. If you do have additional motions that you would like to consider before carrying this, we would have to dispense with this first.
I think we should continue on then.
Okay.
Thank you. Nezra.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, staff is requesting that council receive 2026 draft operating and capital budget for information purpose today. For the 2026 draft operating budget, staff is proposing an increase of 7.4%. Factoring in the assessment growth of 1% provided by MPAC, the net levy increase for 2026 consolidated budget is 6.4%. For average household with current value assessment of $335,000, this equates to an increase of $11 per month or $132 per year. In terms of the capital budget for 2026, staff is proposing a budget of approximately $3.4 million. Before I get into the budget package, there are a few things that I would like to address. So when I was going through the budget survey, I saw that there were a few comments similar to last year on the tax rate increases in our tax bills. As you all know, it is true that property tax bills are mailed and collected by the township, but less than 46 cents of every dollar collected remains with the township for our operations. So just to give you an idea, when you pay your tax bill, only 45% of what you pay stays with the township for our operation, 44% is transferred to the county, and 11% to the school board. Just to give you an idea about the magnitude of that, in 2025, we transferred approximately $10.3 million to the county and approximately $3 million to the school board. So the budget that I'm going to be presenting today, it impacts only the 45% of your tax bill, which remains with the township to pay for its operation. And if you ever get a chance to compare the residential property tax rate of our township with our neighboring municipalities in the county, you will see that township has one of the lowest, if not the lowest, residential property tax rate in the county. And I have included an example of that in our package. With saying that, I'd like to take everyone to Appendix A of the staff report, which is the budget package. I will go through the operating budget first, and then I'll go over the capital budget. If I can take everyone to page 53, please. As I've mentioned, staff is proposing a budget increase of 7.4%. This can be divided into three parts: operational pressure and enhancement, external pressure, and capital contribution. Operational pressure and enhancement includes base, new, reserve-funded expenditures, service enhancement. That equates to 2.4%. External pressure, that's something that is not in our control. It includes OPP, insurance, library services, GRCA, GIS, animal services. This equates to an increase of 2.5%. Capital contribution, As per the asset management plan's recommendation, it equates to an increase of 2.5%. As you all know, asset management plan was presented to council in June of 2025, and it identified that there is a significant gap between what we are transferring to the reserve versus what we should be transferring to the reserve. On an annual basis, the gap equates to $5.7 million. So, as per the asset management plan, we should be transferring $8.3 million on an annual basis to our reserve and reserve funds to make sure that we have enough funding for repair and replacement of existing assets. We are currently transferring $2.6 million on an annual basis, a gap of $5.7 million on an annual basis. The recommendation was to increase tax rate by 2.5% annually to mitigate this gap in 20 years. In other words, if council approves to increase tax rate by 2.5% annually and transfers that to the reserve, it will take us 20 years to meet the target. That takes our budget to 7.4%. 2.4% for operational pressure and enhancement, 2.5% for external pressure that we don't have any control over, and 2.5% for capital contribution as per the asset management plan. If I can take everyone to the next page, which is the consolidated budget, page 54, please. This is the consolidated budget in a snapshot. As you know, I normally categorize budget variances in various categories, and this year we are going to be using 6 categories similar to previous years. It's base, new, reserve-funded expenditures, service enhancement, external pressures, and capital contribution. In terms of base is increasing by 0.7%. Some of the factors that's impacting base increase are existing staffing costs. So these are existing staffing costs, which includes COLA, step rate increase, benefit rate increases, which includes health, dental, CPP, EI, OMERS, WSIB, just to name a few. CPI is also included in base. Contractual rate increases are included in base, and also various other expenditures such as maintenance, or equipment, vehicle, and facility, it's included in base. We're able to manage or keep the base at an increase of 0.7%. As you all know, CPI is approximately construction price index is approximately 4.2% right now. In terms of new, if I can take everyone to page 55, please. Sorry, 56, please. In terms of new, we are requesting 3 new positions: admin assistant full-time for fire, admin assistant conversion from part-time to full-time for roads, facility operator conversion from part-time to full-time for parks and facilities. This equates to an increase of 1% in 2026 and approximately 0.5% in 2027. When we go through the departmental budget presentation, we'll go through this in detail. If I can take everyone to page 57, please. Reserve-funded expenditures, these have no impact to the tax levy. It's the election expense, $45,000, which will be funded 100% from the election reserve. Our election reserve has a balance of $95,000, which is sufficient to pay for this expenditure. For service enhancement, that is an increase of 0.7%, and there are 2 parts to it, and I'll go through both. The first one is $70,000 increase for road overlay budget. Prior to 2024, we spent approximately $860,000 on an annual basis from tax levy on roads project. Since 2024, we have been transferring $250,000 from the $860,000 to structure reserve because we anticipated major bridge projects in the near future. What does that mean? That means that instead of spending $860,000 annually from tax levy to roads, we have been spending $610,000. A reduction of $250,000 on an annual basis, or if you look at 24, 25, and 26, that equates to $750,000. So we are requesting council to increase that budget by $70,000. If you look at the capital forecast, you will see that we are forecasting to continue to transfer that $250,000 to structured reserve in the future too, to ensure that we have enough funding in that reserve to pay for future capital expense. The second component of the service enhancement part is $2,500 for additional line painting. If I can take everyone to the next page, which is page 58, please. External pressure is increasing by 2.5%, as I've said, and that's related to OPP, insurance, library services, GIS, GRCA, and animal services. As I've mentioned earlier, external pressure is something that we don't have any control over, and it is an increase of 2.5% in our budget. If I can take everyone to page 59, as I've said earlier, capital contribution is increasing by 2.5%. Asset management plan was presented to council in June 2025, and it identified that there is a significant gap between what we should be transferring versus what we are transferring, approximately $5.7 million annual gap. And the recommendation was to increase tax rate by 2.5% each year to mitigate this gap in 20 years. So for the next 20 years, there will be a gap between what we should be transferring versus what we are transferring, and this gap will equate to $53 million. This year, for 2026, this 2.5% equates to $269,000. We are hoping to transfer that to various reserves, and those reserves are identified on figure 13 of page 61. If I can take everyone to page 62, this gives you the projection for the reserve funds. This, I just want to be very clear, assumes that council will continue to transfer or increase tax rate by 2.5% and transfer it to the reserve for the next 20 years. Even after that, as you can see, there will be some deficit in a number of our reserves. So the best case scenario, assuming that council would approve to increase tax rate by 2.5% for the next 20 years, the best case scenario is a gap of $53 million in our reserve and a number of reserve in our deficit. I do want to give an example to council in terms of the impact of not increasing tax rate by 2.5% in 1 year. So let's assume council decides not to increase tax rate by 2.5% in 2026, but continues to increase it from 27 and onward. Just because of that decision of not to increase it for 1 year, the impact in 10 years will be $2.7 million, and in 20 years it will be $5.4 million. So the gap that I told you about, $53 million in 20 years, that will increase to $58.4 million. If I can take everyone back to page 54, which is the consolidated budget, is there any question on this? Keep in mind, when I go through the departmental budget presentation, I'll go through everything in detail. Is there any question on page 54? If not, may I request everyone to go to page 76, please. This is the forecast or projection for our reserve. The last column shows the projection as of December 31st, 2026. Please keep in mind, this assumes that whatever we are going to be presenting today will be approved in 2026. Most of our reserves, you can see, are in surplus position, except for two, and I'll talk about those. Admin IT reserve is going to be in a deficit position by the end of 2026, and it's because we're asking for a few major projects in 2026 that will be funded from the admin IT reserve. However, it will be back in a surplus position by the end of 2028. Environmental Initiative Reserve will be in a deficit, is in a deficit right now, but will continue to be in a deficit at the end of 2026. It's because of the floodplain mapping projects that was approved by council. However, again, it will be in a surplus position by the end of 2028. I want to caution everyone something. When you look at this page and you look at the last column and you see that most of our reserves are in a surplus position, you may think that we are in great shape. Well, yes, we are in good shape today. But that doesn't mean that we are going to be in good shape if council does not continue to increase reserve transfers in the future. We need to take steps today in order to make sure that we are resilient tomorrow, and these are the steps that we have to take. Is there any question before I move into the departmental budget presentation? If
Sir, are all one and the same. I'll just suggest that there's bottles of water over for anyone that wishes to have one.
Okay, thank you. Yes, Nazarud, I'm going back to the 2020 budget and 2022 budgets where a lot of reserves were used to buy equipment and et cetera. Now, all of a sudden, I look down this column, last column, projected year-end balances, and they pretty well are the same position they were in 2020 and 2021. And this bothers me to a point where if major projects come up or we need the money at hand, where's it going to come from? That's the whole thing that I've got, because then we'll have to go out and go in debt
That's
over,
correct.
whatever, borrowing money from wherever you do, through probably the government grants. And it bothers me that this is all going down and down and down, and all of a sudden you're saying you're going to put X number of dollars away for next year. Well, that's not enough. It doesn't increase anything at all. It's maybe a couple of dollars here and a couple of dollars there, but then in 2027, there's more wants and more needs again. So then therefore, it goes backwards. It never goes forward, it always goes backwards in every circumstance. So I look at this and go like, oh, geez, we're in trouble here. If something really major happens, we can't afford it. And this is where I get stuck on it. So I'm not blaming the past, but I'm making the taxpayers aware of it, that this is what happened. This is reality. So that's one comment I got. Thank you.
I would like to follow that if I could. Is there anyone else? I don't think I want to use the word blame in my position, but I will say that we've had opportunities in the past that weren't capitalized on to build for the future. If we look simply at bridges and infrastructure components, we're behind, and we will be behind for a lot of years. And the thought process is hindsight, which lots of times I like to think I'm very clear from a hindsight perspective, and there's other times I know I'm not even clear then. But we could have done better 20, 30, 40 years ago. And I'm referencing myself because I can remember this municipality that many years ago and then some. The thought of building a fund for the future wasn't considered as strongly as we probably needed it to be. I think of other municipalities that goals in recent years were to go to a 0% budget increase because it was favorable with the taxpayers. That didn't work for them, because if you go zeros or ones or twos, you just constantly are falling behind in large amounts of money. And then those municipalities had to turn around and go to double-digit increases, back when everybody else was able to still manage with 2 or 3. And the difficulty as well is the cost of components is so much larger today. And I can remember when tandem axle snowplows outfitted were $100,000. You know, they're 4 and 5 times that much now. So, blame is not a word, but I support your statement 100%. We need to look for the future, even though it's as hard as it is today and on our budgets, we do need to look to the future, and I support your statements, John. Thank you. Nazareth, I guess back to you.
We are going to start the departmental operating budget presentation now. I will request our municipal clerk, Daphne Livingston, to introduce general government for us.
Yesterday in our meeting, we had no sound, and today we've got too much.
If I can
just-
ask everyone to go to page 79, please.
We just want to make sure Bruce is hearing that, or is it limited to one person?
You're doing great. No.
I guess we got our technical components under control for this moment. Nazrat, I think you probably need to refresh us that we need to go to page 79.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that's correct. Page 79, please.
Thank you. Nazrat, again, the floor is yours.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Mayor, and all members of council. It's my pleasure today to support Nusrat and present an overview of general government and our 2025 key accomplishments and our priorities for 2026. General government, as you know, manages the town's core administrative and governance functions. It includes council, which sets policy and represents all of the residents, the Office of the CAO, which provides leadership oversight of all municipal operations, Corporate Services, and the Office of the Clerk, which is responsible for legislative support to council and committees, elections, records management, communications, IT systems, and cemetery administration. Financial Services, providing financial stewardship for the corporation, including budgeting, financial planning, taxation, audits, and capital asset management. And Human Resources, which oversees hiring, training, compensation, labor relations, health and safety, wellness, and organizational development. Collectively, these areas ensure effective governance, financial responsibility, health and and responsiveness to services to residents and community members. In 2025, general government accomplished many things. The CAO led major organizational and strategic initiatives. In corporate services, we developed and delivered the communications plan. We launched a modernized website. We facilitated over 125 council and committee meetings, and we also supported numerous public events and engagement opportunities. Financial Services received the GFOA Distinguished Budget Presentation Award for 3 consecutive years. They completed the asset management plan and the water rate study. They delivered a timely approved 2025 budget and completed the 2024 audit and updated financial policies for compliance and effectiveness. Human Resources implemented a new performance management process. They supported QP negotiations, they strengthened staff engagement and leadership development, and they recruited key positions, including the Deputy Treasurer and the Financial Analyst. Our priorities for 2026 include, for the CAO, to deliver strategic plan priorities and provide leadership on the overall direction of the township. In corporate services, we plan on running a compliant, accessible 2026 municipal election, including inauguration and orientation. We will improve public access to information and customer service by completing the customer service strategy and associated standards. We'll also continue to review and update council and administrative policies. Financial services will ensure long-term financial sustainability through the development and delivery of the 2026 budget, forecasting, and associated reporting. They'll complete the water development chart study, and they'll maintain a strong focus on financial transparency and accountability. Human resources will focus on an implementation of CUPE agreement. They will develop succession plans for key positions and update HR policies. The focus will be on recruiting key roles, including CAO, Manager of Water Operations, and summer staff. In summary, general government has had a very strong year of progress. Our 2026 priorities position us to continue improving service, accountability, and transparency for our community. And at this time, I'd ask Nusrat, please provide an overview of our budget.
Thank you. If I can request everyone to go to page 86, please. Do you have it? General Gov, our budget is decreasing actually by 7.3%. Base is decreasing by 15.2%. Personnel under base is increasing by 5.8%, and that's COLA, step rate increase, and benefit rate increases. Contribution to reserve is decreasing by $102,000 because we removed 2 one-time transfers that were approved by council during 2025 budget deliberation. The first one was $100,000 was transferred to general reserve to phase in the impact of OPP cost increase, and the second one was GRCA surplus of $7,000 that was transferred to the environment initiative reserve. Because it was a one-time transfer, I have removed that from the budget. However, we did add $5,000 transferred to the Economic Development Reserve. If council approves what we have in the capital, this reserve will have a balance of $0. So we're trying to build that reserve. Other expenditure is increasing by $16,200 for various reasons, and when we go through the budget, pressure sheet, we'll go through that in detail. Contribution from reserve is increasing by $50,000. As I've said, $100,000 was transferred to the general reserve last year to pay for the phase-in of OPP. We are transferring $50,000 from that to phase in the increase in OPP. OPP, there's been a significant increase in 2026, approximately 11%. So the increase for OPP in 2026 is $162,000. We're transferring $50,000 from the reserve, and the net impact to tax rate is $112,000 because of that transfer. Other revenue is increasing by $123,000, and that's because of OMPF grant increased by $66,000, and interest revenue is increasing by approximately $57,000. In terms of reserve funded expenditure, I've mentioned that earlier. We are requesting $45,000 for election expense to be funded from election reserve. Election reserve have sufficient fund to pay for this expenditure. External pressure, there are 2 components. GIS cost or expense is increasing, as well as insurance. Capital contribution, there is an increase of approximately $61,000 to be transferred to the IT reserve. Just a few minutes back, I did mention that IT reserve will be in a deficit state by the end of 2026, even after we transfer this additional $61,000. So we need to continue to transfer funding to IT reserve to make sure that we are back in surplus by 2028. Any question on this page before I move into the pressure sheet?
John?
Just a comment, Nazareth. Will there be any extra money put in the OPP budget for next year?
Through you, Mr. Mayor? Yeah. We will have $50,000 remaining in the budget, in the reserve. So remember, we transferred $100,000 to the reserve. We're taking $50,000 this year, and next year we will take a little bit more to phase in the impact.
Yes, I believe that the letter that was sent to us through the ministry, they said this is just for 2026. So I believe we're probably looking at more of an increase for 27 and 28. So they're not going to do the 4-year status quo of flatlining it. So I think because they're doing that because of equipment and upgrading everything, like vehicles, you name it, everything, and their wages, benefits, et cetera. So I think it's only wise to put more money away in the budget for the OPP because there will be an increase next year, probably another 11%. You never know.
Through, if council would like me to transfer additional funds to general reserve to mitigate OPP, I would need direction from council, but right now in the 2026 budget package, we don't have that.
Again, I guess my position is building for the future. In this particular case, of course, it's an unknown. No matter how many dollars we could pull from this budget, which is already tight, for next year, we'll never be right. We'll never know the number until after the fact. So it's a council decision based on, 7.4, 7.5% that's in front of us right now. So not to contradict you, John, but it's a difficult decision. Even though you're 100% right, it's a difficult decision for our taxpayers today to carry the costs for tomorrow. And we can use that phrase many times throughout today's discussion. Ezra, back to you.
If I can request everyone to move to page 87, please. I'll just go through some major variances as I've talked about it. Personal base, under base is increasing by 5.8%. That's COLA, step rate increase, benefit rate increases. I spoke about the contribution to reserve just a few seconds back. In terms of other expenditure, when it comes to council's cost center, I normally flatline it. I don't increase it. I seek council's direction if they would like us to increase the budget for their budget lines. In terms of administration, telephone is increasing by $4,200. That is aligned with actual and CPI. And computer hardware, software, and internet support is increasing by approximately $7,900, and that is aligned with the projected actual and CPI. Any question on this page?
Forgive me, comment. This group of council members have for themselves, for the council members themselves, have kept this line even for quite some time. And I think that deserves a comment from myself, and that is simply a thank you. I know that many council members do not even submit for compensation for expenses to the level that they could. I know we're very discreet on how and where and when we go to conferences. And that, I think, is something that should be recognized by our public, and I'm sure it is. But I think on behalf of the public, I will say to each and every one of you around this horseshoe, thank you for your own diligence in keeping our own costs down on an ongoing basis. So, thank you.
If I can request everyone to go to page 88, please. I've actually talked about every single line here just a few seconds back. Is there any question on this page? If not, I will request, thank you. I'll request Tim Geronimus, our Chief Building Officer, to introduce Planning and Development Budget.
John, go ahead.
Maybe Tim can answer this question.
We haven't got to him yet, John.
Well, well, through Nezareth, how about that? The GIS rate, it's through the county of Northumberland. Is there any other agency we can go through for lower cost?
Excellent question. I don't believe so. If we went to another agency, I think it'd be quite a bit more expensive. We have gone through a couple in the past. The only alternative in my mind would be employed here at the municipality.
Very good, thank you very much.
Okay. Good morning, everybody. Yes, so to start, I'd like to chat with you about planning and development. So the Planning and Development Department administers the township's land use planning program, including our official plans, secondary plans, zoning bylaws, site plan, subdivision, condominium, and other related programs. The Secretary Treasurer of the Committee of Adjustment reviews applications to provide relief of the zoning bylaw in accordance with the Planning Act. So some of our 2025 accomplishments, with the help of corporate services, we were able to streamline some of our application processes through our new website. Staff continue to work with the County of Northumberland as it relates to our GIS and the public portal. So we continue to make improvements on layers and features. We were able to update the source water protection OPA and our official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment, and that's updated to incorporate the source protection policies. And we also internally took a comprehensive consolidation of the township zoning bylaw to review the zone schedule of the zoning bylaw and review the zone schedules to ensure that all zoning bylaws were properly included in the bylaw. With respect to 2026 priorities, we can always improve our guidelines, so we continue to work collectively to improve that process. One of the items that we haven't been able to get to but have as a goal in 2026 is update to our zoning enforcement policy and procedures. One of the big items that we had already been working on in 2025 and will implement in 2026 is that decision-making authority for subdivisions and condominium applications. So that being transferred from the county to the township. And I guess another major item for 2026 would be to commence the comprehensive update to our Township of Hamilton official plan. So departmental efficiencies, we always want to make improvements to the electronic access for residents, and also with the development service team approach, work collectively to coordinate inspections and other opportunities to share services between the departments. And back to you, Nasrat.
Thank you, Tim. If I can request everyone to go to page 92, please. Planning and Development Department's operating budget is increasing by 8.9%. Their under base, personnel is increasing by approximately $30,000, and that's COLA, step rate increase, and benefit rate increases. Other expenditure is decreasing by $7,900 mainly because of decrease in consultant planning as we are transitioning decision-making authority from county to township. And their other revenue is increasing by $1,000, and that's related to minor variance. Any question on this page? If not, may I request everyone to go to page 93, please. As I've said, the personnel base is increasing by $29,000, and that's related to COLA, step rate increase, benefit rate increases. Consultant, just to name the big variances, consultant planning is decreasing by $9,000 as we are transitioning decision-making authority from county to the township, and their minor variance is increasing by $1,000. Any question on this page? If not, may I request everyone to go to page 94, please? And Tim will give us an introduction to bylaw enforcement.
Okay. So the Bylaw Enforcement Department, its mission is to provide the highest quality public service while promoting, facilitating, and ensuring compliance with the provisions of municipal bylaws that pertain to safety and security of the community. As it states in the report, there are a couple other things that the bylaw enforcement team do, and we continue to try to improve our service and efficiency as it relates to bylaws, including zoning bylaw, property standards bylaw, pool enclosure bylaw, sign bylaw, site alteration, and several others. With respect to the accomplishments in 2025, just to start, we were able to close 88% of complaint files that were received, despite the legal complexities of some others. With council support, with the progressive enforcement for pool enclosures, we were able to close 37 permits of the 43 outstanding for those pool enclosures, and also proactively addressed unpermitted pools. We identified an additional 22, and 15 of those have been resolved, and all the other remainders are actively being managed by the bylaw department. In July of 2025, we did hire a contracted in-house bylaw officer due to the limited resources of Cobourg Police Services as well as the OPP. In addition to the regular office hours, we had an additional 80 hours of after-hour service, and the idea behind this was focusing on visibility and engagement at the waterfront with respect to parking enforcement. We have just on here, despite the education focus, still 15 infraction notices were issued. With respect to 2026 priorities, there's always a demand or expectation from residents to increase bylaw enforcement. Staff have been working, and primarily Jason, who we hired this year, has been working very hard on the administrative monetary penalty program. So the goal of 2026 would be to implement that program, and it gives bylaw staff additional tools to ensure compliance with respect to the approved bylaws. Departmental efficiencies. The department continues to explore opportunities to work with our other departments within the municipality for some of those shared services. One of the major ones in 2025 was trying to assist the water department when we have our water bans, and as well as the Parks and Rec and other road complaints with the roads department. AMPS will be another tool that we can have that we can share with other departments as well on that front from a departmental efficiency standpoint. So back to the budget.
Thank you, Tim. If I can request,
Tim, with the bylaw enforcement, are we going to be going out and proactively going after people who are not doing proper property standards? I noticed in the survey there was quite a few comments about, the condition of some of the properties in some of the hamlets. Are we going to proactively go after that, or do we have to still go to that service request forms?
So at this point, we are continuing with the reactive rather than proactive. A number of different reasons. I would imagine the primary is why are we picking on some individuals and not others? Because our property standards bylaw speaks to, I'm going to say, 99% of lots within the township in some form. So we're trying to clean that up with respect to the higher risk properties and trying to come up with a plan where it'd be a greater risk for first response. But right now, it's strictly reactive, based on a complaint, which can be submitted by anybody, and we updated our website to have that as a complaint process. Yep.
John?
Sorry, yes, Tim. The administrative monetary penalty system, could you kind of give a shorthand version of that? Because I don't think the public are aware that system's in place.
Sure. So it's not quite in place yet. So we've developed a bylaw. It's come to council just in its draft form. We'll be bringing it forward in 2026 for approval. Starting to start, it will be in relation to the parking program. So the idea is, rather than going to court, we have a process where we can issue a penalty and deal with it in-house. So Part 2 tickets would just be an administrative penalty, and we can do screenings and hearings in-house through our municipality rather than sending them away through to the courts. The other component of administrative monetary penalties, which hasn't been introduced but will be looked at in 2026, is to deal with some of the bylaws that we don't currently have a tool, or the tool is essentially just court. So starting with pool enforcement, If there's a pool that has been installed without a permit, rather than taking that property owner to court, we'd be able to issue a penalty notice. And the intent of it is to gain compliance without going through that legal process. So it would be a ticket, and you can continuously place tickets if they continue to not comply, and if they don't pay for these tickets or penalties, they're put on the tax bill. So we will be bringing something forward in 2026. Public will have opportunity to speak to it, but it's just a tool, whether it's pools or noise or something that we currently have no mechanism other than court and a large expense to the residents of the township.
Thank you very much for the overview.
You're
Appreciate
welcome.
that.
May I request everyone to go to page 97, please? Bylaw departments, their operating budget is increasing by 20.6%. Under base, their personnel is increasing by approximately 16,400, and that's because of COLA, step rate increase, benefit rate increases, and additional fund that's being allocated from building department because of the AMPS program implementation. Other expenditure is increasing by $1,000, and that's related to legal expense. Other revenue is increasing by $800. That's because of increase in bylaw penalty. Any question on this page? If not, I would like to ask everyone to go to page 98, please. I've gone through every single line here just a few seconds back. Any question on this page?
Sorry, I was thinking about my question, which I'll now verbalize rather than write, but I'll do that after John, please.
Yes, Nezrit, I had a discussion before with you about this benefit rate increase, and I'm quite centered on the OMERS end of it, where they keep putting increases on the so salaries every time they turn around. Is that going to affect the budget for next year? Because there will be increases in the cost for the OMERS.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, of course, it will impact the budget for the future years too. And just to give you an idea, as you all know, in the past, non-full-time employees were not eligible for OMERS. Now they are. Since January 1st, 2023, they are eligible for OMERS, and the impact as of each year, so 2023, the impact for us was $6,500, 2024 was $33,000, and 2025 is, as of October, was around $61,000. So it's just going up.
Thank you.
Thank you. Nezrit, just a reminder, you don't need to. You don't need to, through your mayor, remember? Just to comment to everyone in the room, I'm assuming lunch is being brought in. I don't know what time. What? 12 o'clock? Does anyone need a break? Lunch is supposedly here at 12. Anyone need a break? Okay, Nezrit, floor is yours again, please.
Thank you, Tim. May I request our fire chief, Mike Robinson, to introduce fire department's budget to us. We are on page 99.
The great one, 99. Thanks, Nusrat, for holding that page for me. Through you, Mayor and Council, it gives me great pleasure as your fire chief to sit here today on behalf of the 54 men and women and present to you the 26 budget and overview. You're no stranger to the objectives that you set as council and what the FPPA says, and that we must establish a program in the municipality that provides public education with respect to fire safety and certain components. And then through a needs assessment, we provide response based on those needs and circumstances. We have a very robust program led by our fire prevention officer, Shelley Leger, and our fire safety education and fire prevention program continues to be vast and effective. She continues to run a residential home fire safety awareness program, a smoke alarm program. with regular communications through social media and in person to distribute public safety items. We do maintain her at the highest level of education that's available under the Ontario Fire Service standard. We still continue to follow the 3 lines of defense in public education, fire prevention, and fire suppression, and that when we are called for action in 911, we have failed the first 2 lines of defense, and we are reactive. Our inspections arise from complaints, requests, retrofit, or self-initiated, and they are in accordance to the FBPA. We do work closely with the building department on new construction and plan review, both in subdivision and individual builds that have unique circumstances, and continue to operate with them to do that review process. Our fire suppression division is led by our Deputy Fire Chief, Jason Tenisco, which includes all of our training as well. We are fortunate through our levels of service to offer both offensive and defensive attack that include search and rescue, forcible entry, ventilation, salvage and overhaul, and protecting exposures. We have a number of special technical disciplines that you support as council, including ice and water rescue, extrication, and confined space, trench rescue, and high angle at awareness level. A large component of our response still is pre-hospital care, providing medical acts such as defibrillation, standard first aid, and CPR. And we hold that through a base hospital certification through an agreement. As the fire chief, I act as your CMC with our clerk, Daphne Livingston, acting as our alternate CMC, and we're also responsible for the emergency management component. This program is responsible for the response, training, and certification, as well as conducting our annual critical infrastructure and hazards identification and risk analysis. In 2025, we had a bumper year for responses. We will exceed 400 responses in our township. We have completed well over 100 hours per firefighter in training. Shelley and her group maintained over 600 residential smoke alarm checks, 50 property inspections. We did top up with 3 new recruits, and we also had a very successful year in grants, both from the province and the biggest standalone one being from Firehouse Subs. We continue to invest in our firefighters and their professional development. We formulated some more specialized rescue plans. We improved our emergency response, and we continued working with our neighbors on a successful not only automatic aid program with Cobourg, Alnwick Haldeman, and Port Hope, but also were involved in a number of mutual aid responses. Our shoot times remained vast at 9 minutes, 90% of the time. We prioritized our firefighter safety and environmental responsibilities, and we continued to modernize equipment and adapt to the growth. In 2026, our priorities continue to be personnel management and development, continuing our fire prevention and education to the residents of the township, firefighter health and safety, including a robust mental health program with a review of our standard operating guideline and policy manual. We continue to have relationships not only in the fire service, but as you heard yesterday, with the other emergency response groups such as the OPP and ambulance. Under efficiencies, we continued, as said, to work with the 7 other fire services, and you hear the successes on the radio in the fire prevention group with the ads and continued support together, the training that we continued to do at the county level, our automatic aid, our mutual aid, our common dispatching, our fire management software, and most recently, the implementation of a fire management software.
Thank you, Mike. If I can request everyone to go to page 105, please. Yes.
Larry, go ahead.
Just a comment, Mike, the statistics that you show on page 104 indicates in 2005, there's a reduction in calls. I think it's important to note that the reduction in calls doesn't mean that we should be reducing the fire service budget. The fact is that with better education, better awareness of what's going on out there, we are reducing the calls because our residents are more informed about how to protect themselves. And I think that's important.
Speaking specifically, not to contradict that, Larry, those numbers that were presented were as of October 27th. So we're actually at 340. So we're actually going to push the 400. So there's a reduction there that shows as of the time. However, your comment is correct in the number of actual fire responses that we had. So we are at 2 structure fires for 2025, which is a low for us. But we will meet over 400 responses. There has been a slight decrease in medical responses based on the new MPDS system that was put into place by the county. However, the number of responses for accidents and rescues continues to increase.
Just before we move on, I will, share again a personal note. And, I mean, I was one of those fire responses. And having a good history with, and knowledge, I guess I would say, of our fire service, I felt very comfortable in what was coming my way for help. And you still feel good when you know that. Now, there are people, there are ratepayers that don't have that history, don't have that knowledge. And when we have a department with the equipment, with the dedication of the staff, with the response times that we have, I can only imagine how that person waiting at the end of their driveway or wherever they may be on their property, how they feel so good when they hear a siren or they see a flashing light heading their way. By the way, I was almost in a position to make that call the second time, but I didn't feel anything but guilty and went, okay, I can deal with this one myself. So I could have been another statistic number on what Mike's just shared with us. But Mike, I think from our fire service association with council, with our ratepayers, we have an excellent working relationship and a great deal of gratitude to go to the men and women in your department of what they do for us every year. Whether we can adequately share that with you to them, I don't imagine we can, but I know that it's out there, and thank you. Nazrat, back to you.
Thank you for the comments, and I'll ensure that gets back to the crews.
I think I've sparked something in John's opportunity to speak here, if we could.
Thank you. Mike, what I'm concerned about is the safety of the firefighters. I know we had a roundtable discussion at the Detachment Board, the OPP. Is there any headway moving forward with the fire chiefs on safety on 401?
So specific to the meeting that we had, we've had no response from the province or Minister Pacini. I will attest and say that we have a 3-truck minimum that's happening out there for the responses that Hamilton Township's involved in. So we are ensuring at every call that's on the 401 that we have the proper blockage that's out there. If through the relationships and through conversation like we started in October, we're able to involve the MTO even further, get blocker trucks out there, that's only going to assist us on days like today even more.
Thank you very much.
Nazrat, back to you, please.
May I request everyone to go to page 105, please? Fire Department's operating budget is increasing by 20.6%. If I can take everyone to the second table on page 105, base is increasing by 7.2%. Under base, their personnel is increasing by 9.7%, and that is COLA, step rate increase, benefit rate increase, and increase to on-call cost based on prior year's actual. Their other expenditure is increasing by approximately $39,000 for various reasons, and when we go through the pressure sheet, I'll go through that in detail. Their other revenue is increasing by $25,000, and that's related to increase in fire call recoverable. In terms of new, they are requesting a full-time admin assistant starting from March 2026. We will speak to that when we go through the pressure sheet. In terms of external pressure, there is an increase of $16,000 because of insurance. In terms of capital contribution, there is an increase of $100,000 to be transferred to the vehicle and equipment reserve as well as the fire facility reserve. Any question on this page before we move to the pressure sheet? If not, if I can request everyone to go to page 106, please. I'll just go through the major variances that we haven't talked about yet. Heating fuel under other expenditure is increasing by $5,000. That is aligned with actual. Vehicle repair and expenses, it's increasing by $5,500, aligned with actual. Building maintenance is increasing by $10,000 because of aging infrastructure maintenance, and minor capital is increasing by $5,000, aligned with actual. Any question on this page? May I request everyone to go to page 107, please? As I've said, Fire Department, they are requesting a full-time admin assistant starting from March 2026. I'm actually going to pass the floor to our Fire Chief to speak to this.
Thank you, Nusrat. Through you, Mayor and Council. In 2022, Council received for information a master fire plan made by the Lumex Group. At the time of the study, the Lumex Group reviewed the department's current staffing model from an administrative and operational perspective, and the review found that the model had evolved, and because of ever-changing demands on the department by the province, levels of service, and the public, it was not a sustainable model. Several changes were to take place as part of that, based on levels of service and based on the community's identified risks. 3 staffing recommendations come out of that master fire plan and were immediate in nature. The first one was to convert the role of the fire prevention officer from part-time to full-time, and to make sure we had a dedicated full-time fire prevention officer that allowed the department to complete specific tasks and annual objectives. And that was completed, and a compensation was adjusted accordingly in June of 2023. At the time of the study, the then district chief position was examined and determined that close to 50% of the work that was being conducted by that position was administrative in nature, 38 was on training, and the remainder in response. And I'll add that that was during regular working hours and did not look at the after-hour response. A recommendation to reclassify to a deputy fire chief was made, and efforts to remove some administrative duties was necessary. 2 years ago, we hired Jason as our deputy fire chief, which was the first time in the history of the department that we had a deputy fire chief full-time. It was reclassified, the job was evaluated, and it was completed. The last staffing recommendation of the master fire plan was to provide administrative support to help the department keep up with administrative and legislative demands, such as completing standard incident reports, annual compliances, and this is the ask that's in front of you in 2026. You may have heard me speak at our most recent award ceremony that we have. Of our 54 men and women, which include your 3 full-time, 32 of those members have been here less than 5 years. We do not work a traditional 9-to-5 work week. Our staff put in many extra hours, tremendous time commitments, and are needed to respond to emergencies, attend meetings, training sessions, community events, deal with the public, and connect with our volunteer firefighters. There's sometimes a misconception that managing volunteer firefighters is easy because they're volunteers. The reality is absolutely the opposite. Motivating and managing volunteer firefighters or as I like to refer them to as part-time firefighters, takes a special type of leadership, supervision, and constantly trying to find ways to balance to keep these folks. Each volunteer firefighter is a person with the same needs as a full-time employee. In the case of the department, it makes the biggest group of your employees in the township. This fact also creates a distinction from other township managers when you look at the span of control between management or supervisors and workers. In the past 2 years and years previous, we've seen a number of hours worked above and beyond the regular work weeks by all of our full-time employees. Finding a work-life balance is essential for mental health and wellness and our priority of the township. What lies ahead, and I think a common goal that we've heard spoke of today, is a planning for the future. The statistics that we see in the response, I do not see going away. We have provided an alternative in the part-time firefighter resources that we have that is pennies on the dollar to the alternative full-time that we see some of our local counterparts transitioning very quickly to. We've been remarkably successful at recruiting firefighters and continue to develop those firefighters as quickly as we can. However, we fall short when it comes to supervision, and that is one of the biggest risks that we have as a township. Specifically at emergency responses, that poses a risk to the department. Additional administrative support for the fire department will allow adjusted work schedules for those full-time members that are also being called on in evenings and weekends, while helping with administrative duties, communications, reporting, and compliance. In 2025, I presented the part-time ask to CAO Anderson. The ask back from CAO Anderson was it not be included past our discussion in the draft format because we were trying to be prudent in the increase that we presented council. As your fire chief, I agreed with the explanation that I would be coming this year to ask for it in full-time for the full year. To be clear how we got to the justification of the numbers and what's in front of you, a draft job description was created with the assistance of the HR manager, was reviewed by her for a suitable salary. The March start date was to reflect the previous ask in 2025 for part-time and to get assistance for administrative ASAP. Delaying the position will not assist in the workload and overtime that exists with the current staff of the department. While I understand this is a large ask and understand that it's a tight budget, I would be amiss if I did not present this to you as council as both a need and a risk. And I'm quite happy to answer any questions that you have, and Nusrat as well for the numbers.
Thank you, Mike. And I'm going to ask a question, even though it's in front of us and we that have had an opportunity to review this know the answer, but for those listening to our function today will not necessarily have this number in front of them. So my question is, full-time person for a full year would equate to how many dollars? And as I say, I know that, but it's for the purpose of overall.
I need to be clear that this is a new position. It is the intention or suggestion, based on what we're looking at, that this would become a QP employee. Without that going to a full review, the numbers that we present in you are the best guess or as we hope, a little bit high. But the number that I understand it to be is $84,500.
Thank you for that. Do we have other questions from other council members at this time? Anyone? Mark, please.
I've had opportunity to talk to Mike during the coordinator meetings and so forth on this position, and I was a little mixed on it to begin with, and I'm a little more supportive now than I was after asking Mike whom's covering these hours at this point. And Mike, do you want to answer that question on who's covering and how much we're actually paying for those hours, if you would, please?
Well, it's one of those deals that you can have all the overtime hours you want. It's just at $0. So that support currently is being done for no pay by your 3 managers, myself, Deputy Tennisco, and Fire Prevention Officer Leger.
I guess I have a follow-up to that, unless you have something further, Mark. In the hiring of this position, how much of an impact, how much of a positive impact, maybe I'll change it to that, will that occur on the overtime for the 3 people that you were mentioning? Now, to be quite honest with you, I see the 3 people that are there now in those full-time positions as, I'm going to use in some ways the word wanting, the desire, the feel of necessity to do overtime. What I really want to get to is, I think, to prevent, and I'll pick on you, Mike, because you're in front of me, to prevent you from doing overtime, I think I would have to nail your boots to the floor and then tie your ankles to a solid device in a concrete floor behind you. And that's because of your dedication and your desire to do the job that you feel is necessary. So I don't expect your answer to be, well, that'll eliminate our overtime, because I don't see that happening. But what impact will this position have, percentage-wise, hour-wise, whatever you have in your head? What will that do to your, Jason's, and Shelley's overtime?
So to be fair, I think I need to handle them as separate positions. I think we've done a decent job for response for Shelley's position, and her overtime or flexibility comes in when she's required to be in the public after hours and evenings and weekends to do public education. So I'd be amiss to say that she doesn't have overtime hours, albeit, unless it's a large response, she hasn't been involved as much lately. So she comes out for investigation, a large incident for, incident safety officer. And I think you're absolutely right in that with the current structure and the way that it is, in order to indemnify the municipality and our primary goal to mitigate that risk, it's mandatory for chief officer to be at well over 90% of these incidents. The benefit of a position like this is that it allows you the flexibility and the disconnect from work. So that if you are out to that call till 2, 3 in the morning, you're not back in the office at 8 or 9 o'clock to make sure that the administrative duties that we're also conducting are being upheld. And that's not to say that, we don't take a few hours here and there as we need it. But as the demand from the public continues to be, and I know that we had maybe a bigger push last year to have that. I know Daphne's group with the communication plan and the work that she's done with Amanda, we have been able to answer the public better than probably ever. But those demands also are ever increasing on the fire department. They expect when they make a phone call or they send an email, and I do too. So I don't have a number for you. You're absolutely correct. Your fire chiefs are passionate. They are going to be there. We're not going to make that happen. But if we take other administrative duties off of our desks, that allows us more flexibility when we do things. And this might be one that's an idea. On a night that's a training night that Jason has to attend, he comes in at his regular start time, stays right through till 8, 9, 10 o'clock that night. He could come in at 12, 1, 2 o'clock and then stay through, and giving him the morning to do, whatever he needed to do. And I think that's what it is. And I don't have a savings. That was a question that, that come, through the coordinators is there a savings of money? There's absolutely no savings of money. I think I'm talking more about mental health, wellness, and burnout for the people that are there. And I'll take a minute to say, Scott, you're absolutely right. I've been here for a long time, and you're not going to change me. My concern is, as we move forward and continue to hire people, I would hate to lose someone because this was the demand or the request. And that's one of my biggest fears, is that I would hate for someone not to stay in Hamilton Township because we didn't provide adequate support, particularly in support staff, to make this happen. We also have in front of us a model that's, as I said, pennies on the dollar. We got a couple more moves, but this will eventually reach a size where the next move is, and I know that through this process, Nusrat was really adamant about looking at a staffing ask, over the next number of years. I absolutely put another full-time person in, I think in 4 or 5 years, because I know that demand, as these calls continues to go, it's going to be, another deputy or a district. The other part of this equation that plays a big part of it is 2 other members we haven't even spoke of, and that's our district chief in Trevor Clapperton and our district chief in Tim Ferguson. Also at our ceremony this year, we stood up 5 people or 6 people, and it totaled 140 years of service. I got to do that math quick in my head, but my 34 that I have running at less than 5 equals the 6 people that are at the top. And that's the reality of part-time fire service. And that's the risk that we're at in the province. So any moves that we can make to mitigate that, again, I would be amiss not to at least identify these through council so that we can have these open discussions and figure out a solution.
Go ahead, Larry.
Mike, just a couple of questions. How many other fire services, particularly the volunteer or full-time fire services, have administrative assistants within our county?
I believe all have at least part-time.
Okay. So what you're saying is that we're the only one that doesn't have a full-time assistant for our fire service?
I couldn't confirm that, Larry, because I think there are a couple that are working half-time, but all have some, and some have more than one.
Would it be appropriate for us to look at possibly a half-time position here, specifically just for fire service? Or could we look at a different rate for the QP identification?
So I'll handle those separately. And I'm gonna use some wisdom from our treasurer here. My ask is for a full-time person. I believe the need is there for a full-time person. I am not going to sit here and ask for a half-time person and then come back next year and say, I want a full-time person, because I don't believe that's the proper way to play the game. If that appeases council, I'm not going to say no, because at this point, anything to get us started is a wonderful win, or a wonderful place for us to go. I secondly will defer back to some numbers based on some grid work that most recently our payroll analyst has been able to get out to me today. There are some options, depending where CUPE puts the job, that will certainly not be as impactful as the 63.4 or the 84.5 wholesomely. But I don't think we can make any of that for sure until it goes through the process. And I don't have my rearview mirror on, but if our HR manager wants to add anything about the CUPE process at this time, I think I would defer to her to do that. I also think that this is a new position for the township, and we have an opportunity to build this job description how we want it. So if there are outside duties, and I'll put something, back to bylaw, I'll put something back to emergency management, other traditional things that have blended together in other municipalities, I think we can have, those open discussions. But I guess the question I asked the council is it the dollars and cents that's driving our decision today, or is it a need that's driving our decision today? Because that takes me as a manager on 2 totally different wavelengths. If you're giving me a number and saying, you tell us what you can do with that's one thing. If we don't believe that there's a need for the position, that's another discussion.
Okay, well, I think that's one of the concerns or confusions that goes on around here. it's cost versus need. And I guess from my own position, we're asking 3 individual supervisors, a chief, a deputy chief, and a safety officer or fire prevention officer, to do a tremendous amount of work within our community. And, you know, not only do they respond to fires, emergencies, accidents, yada, yada, they also provide ambassadors to our community in their representation within, you know, meetings with government, meetings with different townships, et cetera, and the public. So I think we overextend our people sometimes without the help that they need. And I guess Mike's made a good point. Is it dollars, or is it providing the need that they need to provide a better quality of service to our residents, but also to help in their health and safety and mental health in the future? So just comment.
I'd like to follow that up, and I want to go both ways. I'll go to the money first. The 63.4, which is one of the numbers we have in front of us today, represents, if I remember correct, 0.6% on our budget. Was that a correct number? I know we've seen that in the budget package before.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that's correct. It is 0.6% impact for 2026.
Okay. If we were to look at this person as a full-time person for a full year and use that number of 84.5, again, which is the only number we have in front of us today, what does that 84.5 represent? Like 0.8% of our budget?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, it is 0.8.
If I were at a county meeting, which I don't generally reference here, I would be told by a very urban mayor that I was using farmer's math, which I would respond with saying, pretty close. Let me go to the people part of this, the need part, the people part. We have other people around our fire hall. We see some of them on a somewhat regular basis. I won't use any names because I won't think that's fair. Those other people that we see in and around the Baltimore Fire Hall, for example, Mike, are doing other duties, obviously paid for in other aspects. Could you describe for us, please, again, probably avoiding names, but could you describe what they do, how much time they take doing it, and the line item that their money comes out of, how they're compensated? And then the final question is, would consideration or approval of this ask that we're debating right now have any impact on those answers that you're about to give us?
So,
I'm sorry I've asked 5 questions
sorry.
at once, but I'm sure
make sure I get them all. The easiest one to answer is it comes out of part-time wages. Right now, that staffing is 2 firefighters from 8 till 4, Monday to Friday. 1 day per week, there is a firefighter that helps with data entry that's specific only to the SIR data or the reporting data, and is a high-level overlook of the information that's put in there by myself, Jason, Shelley, for the calls. So they're putting, most of the time it's a staffing. So they're putting, you know, firefighter X was on this call, firefighter Y, and there's a bit of processing with scanning and that type of stuff. So perceivably, there could be a 1 day per week savings that person that's currently doing that is not. That being said, there's still lots of administrative stuff that's done by that group that falls into regular equipment checks, truck checks, generator checks, smoke alarm, or fire extinguishers, defibs, as well as daytime response. That's the other pieces that those 2 individuals per day are doing. And that is, some of them reoccur. We probably have 15 participating of our 54. There's probably 15 to 20 that participate on a regular basis on that program. It's sent out every 2 weeks. Schedule's made. The report to the station, do all of those meaningful duties, as well as help us with daytime response. Did I get them all, or did I miss one?
I believe you got them all, but I'm not so sure I got them all. So if we could just slow this down a bit. We've got 2 part-time individuals. And the wages that they get are out of the part-time wage line in your overall budget.
Correct.
And those 2 part-time people are working how many hours in a week? Monday to Friday, I heard.
Correct. So I don't know if it's 35 and times 2, so 70.
Okay, and you've described their duties, I got that, and there is the potential with this administration person to possibly offset one of those people per day, one of those people 1 day per week. What would our overall cost be for one of those part-time people for 1 day? In other words, what I'm really asking is, what's the potential savings there if it were to occur?
It's around $100,000 a year to run the part-time program for 2 people. I don't have it per day, but we're anywhere from $23 to $30 an hour, depending on who's on shift that day, because they're paid prorated based on rank and experience. So go high end 30, say $200, $240 a day,
Okay.
a week. So 240 times 52, 10,000. I'm doing farmer's math.
You have experience at that, I know.
Is that right, Nuzrat?
If we're within $200, Nesrat, we consider that bang on, by the way.
Yeah. And it's still 36.744 bushel if you're looking, yeah.
Okay, when did the 2 part-time people become 2 part-time people every week?
3 years ago, 4 years ago, under the previous fire chief.
Okay, because I don't know, I don't remember, I mean, obviously I was here and several others were. I don't remember that actually coming by council in any fashion, to be honest with you, other than maybe the overall budget. So the breakdown probably wasn't, if it was given to me, I haven't retained it, let's put it that way.
And I think it probably got fully ramped up was through COVID. Like, I think it was there in some format, and then it was through COVID times to, when we got into all the additional cleaning and all the pieces that were there, and it stayed as a model.
And there's been no reduction in their hours or their responsibilities or any cost savings there that you've been able to manage through, because the 2 of them are there 7 hours a day, 5 days a week, every week of the year kind of thing. Okay? Follow-up, Bruce, I think Simpson?
Just to be clear, we haven't adjusted the response model either. If those folks respond to an incident, they're obviously not double paid. So if they partake in part of our shoot, and to your previous statement where we put those 6 or 8 people in a truck in the first 9 minutes, it's no secret who they are. It's the 3 that are in the office, the 2-day crew, a couple from the arena, and a couple more that show up. That's how you get your 8 or 10 folks that are doing that initial response Monday to Friday through the day. So I guess my concern with it, although it's not the be-all end-all, is that it's 2 additional bodies for that daytime response that has been super successful, and the cost avoidance, although we're looking at how it's impacted us, the cost avoidance to have that same level of service is probably about $200,000 per body. So you've got about double that a year for half price.
And just to follow up on my own thoughts when you're responding, Mike, obviously in my mind, the admin assistant will not be leaving on a fire truck to go to a call.
That's correct.
Okay. Mark, I think you were gonna, oh, was it Bruce? Sorry, one of you over there. My apologies.
Are those part-timers different people during the week, or are they always the same 2?
No, so it's given out to the collective and then agreed upon on a schedule.
Okay, thanks, Mike.
So there are people rotating in and out. It's different faces, different bodies.
Now, it's not all 54 because obviously they can't all participate, but I believe there's 15 to 20 participate from time to time.
And they're doing the same basic functions
Correct.
as the first two on week 1 and the
Correct.
second two on week 39 are doing the same functions.
Correct.
Okay. John, I believe you had a question?
Mike, what I'm looking at is the administrative assistant. If you have one, would that give you the flexibility to reorganize the overtime that your 2 full-time people are into, one for safety and the other one for training? Would that give them the flexibility to say, okay, if you have an appointment tonight at 8 o'clock, you could say, okay, work X number of hours before that, so therefore you're putting in your 8 hours. We'd have flexibility with Jason if all of a sudden he had to be called out, as yourself, to a fire, and he's only supposed to work 8 hours. You tell him to come on in at 10 o'clock in the morning and put his 8 hours in.
That's correct.
Because he's gonna do some training at 5 o'clock, let's say.
That's
So
correct.
that would give you the flexibility?
I mean, it's not going to eliminate it. It's going to be definitely a good shot. I mean, I'll be quite frank. It's over 1,000 hours a person. Like, we're at 2,000 hours if we count it all.
Okay.
And so one person, even if you did it hour for hour, John, and you're not going to do it. I mean, the time studies were there in the master fire plan, and it wasn't good. And we could sit here and split hairs. Do you absolutely need to bid every one? Which I have to defer and say, no, I could probably stay home the odd time. And I have. Personally, I have more since Jason's come along, and him as well. But those are the actual hours that are being put in by your most senior folks is 1,000 hours as of 24 into 25.
So, here I go, I'll reflect on my career, and this is going back some time. When I was scheduled to do a talk or whatever in community services, they'd always reschedule me to work my 8 hours or 10 hours or 12 hours around that meeting that I had. And I think that's the most flexible thing that you could do with your employees, but you gotta make sure that your fire calls are covered as well. So it's kind of a rock between a hard place, because the fact that you have to reschedule everything and reorganize the structure to say, okay, if you're gonna come in at such a time to do a talk or whatever, for training or whatever, this is gonna be your 8-hour schedule. And I think that's only fair to everybody, instead of saying, well, work your full 8 hours a day, then you can do training another 4 hours after that, because you talk about mental health and you talk about burnout, this type of thing would assist them in rescheduling everybody there. So therefore, if you have a full-time administrator, then that takes the pressure off them, correct? Okay, thank you.
And I think we're all there knowing, and I think a lot of us will still be here when Hamilton Township has that tougher decision. And that is, a truly composite department where we have full-time firefighters here at least Monday to Friday, if not 24/7, 365. And there are some big things happening, of no secret to council, that are in our area that could potentially drive that growth curve, or at least the need for emergency services curve really fast and really quickly.
I hear and accept about 99% of everything you've just said, Mike. There's one thing that I really must challenge, and that is you not going to a call. I personally have heard, seen, met you at midnight, 2 o'clock, 4 o'clock in the morning, and I'm just not 100% sure there's a lot of you staying at home, to be honest with you.
I'll guarantee you I'm awake and listening for 100%.
Anyway, do we have any further? Larry, please.
If we were a full-time fire service, we wouldn't have this problem, would we? Because you would have enough complement of service, or fire, on-call fire department, working 12-hour shifts on a rotating basis, manning the trucks, I shouldn't say manning the trucks, but being on the trucks. So we wouldn't have this problem if it was a full-time service that we had. Like in Coburg, how many stations do they have?
1.
We have 3. And they all have to be serviced, maintained, managing the rotation, et cetera, et cetera. There's a lot of work that I don't think we see in the background to maintain a volunteer fire service and keep them engaged and motivated. So I'm just saying that because if we were a full-time fire service, it costs a lot more than we're paying right now, I'll tell you that.
And
Thanks.
I appreciate the comment, Larry, and the lead-in, but I also think each and every one of us that's here today carries fiscal responsibility. And it's not just in the fire service. We can take those examples throughout the organization, and one of our jobs is to do our absolute best with what we have. I'm very proud, as you are, of your department. I consider us leaders in not only Northumberland County, but Ontario. That comes at a cost. And could I sit here as a fire chief and move pieces and parts around and change processes and change levels of service and probably find savings? Absolutely. Absolutely I could. You know, if you come back and say, "I'm sorry, Mr. Fire Chief, you're not getting your position," I'm a man of a chess game. I just got to go back and move pawns around. But there will be reactions. And I just don't want it to be in, you know, large staffing or burnout or the things that we see in the industry. So I think the other thing that we haven't gotten into that part of the discussion, but I'm quite sure it will at some point with Nusrat. I'm okay to look at numbers. I'm okay to look at impact when the hiring happens. You know, I put it in March because I knew we absolutely couldn't do anything faster. By the time we got budget approved, got something out there, if it needs to be a June start, if it needs to be a September start, if it needs to be whatever, like, it's here, the discussion's been had. You know I will defer to council to assist with what we all come in here today as an objective.
I throw this out as a question to my fellow council members. Mike's in some ways made an offer of making it work, although that's my words rather than his, although it's, I think, keeping with the intent. Is that something that we want? I mean, we're looking at 7.5%. Do we say that to Mike? See what you can make work. Identify your priorities. We know he has experience at that. We know he's good at that. Is that something we want to do? Is that something that we want to expand into other departments? See what you can make it work. Do we want to say we need a 5% budget rather than a 7.5% budget? Go back to the drawing board and see what we can do to save. Because those are options and considerations that us sitting around this horseshoe can implement to our staff, or at least attempt to implement to our staff. I throw that out and ask the question, do we want to activate savings? Don't everyone respond at once, please.
Yes, yeah, I agree with you, we do have to have savings, and it can be reworked, but it's made, Mike's made a presentation to us, and there's no real liability to the fact that that administrator is there. But the liability comes in when somebody gets burned out or can't attend the call because of mental illness, whatever it is, because they don't want to be there anymore because of the stress of having to deal with everything at once. Give it some more thought. I can't really come out and give a yes or a no right now, but I gotta give it some more thought.
And that is a very reasonable response to my knee-jerk question. I'm going to assume, unless somebody else wants to, and I see Bruce does, that we kind of leave it at that. We think this through. I don't believe we're going to pass this budget today for different reasons. So we have a chance to think about it. We have a chance to engage further in the process. Bruce, please.
Well, I know we have to be fiscally responsible for sure, but I'm not sure that this is a place that we should be cutting. And if anybody complains about the budget on the account of this, tell them to ask the person that was waiting at the end of the driveway, and they got there at 9 minutes instead of 12 minutes or 15. It's a pretty important part of our responsibility, and I agree. I think we need to think about it, but I think if this, we've heard the story of how these guys are working more hours than they should be, and I think we need to think about some of those things too. It's my thought.
Mark, go ahead.
I'm not disagreeing with what everybody said, but the only question I have, Mike, is some of the workload has to be done by yourself or the deputy chief, because, I mean, you guys have the expertise that has to go over the paper. The administrative person will do, how will that work then with them? Like, I'm not 100% sure I understand exactly how you're going to use this person. Can you maybe give me a better outline of that?
So for instance, I currently put in every 2 weeks the payroll for the department. The admin person can do that. The raw data, SAR data that comes from either handwritten notes or the piece that has to be done, that administrative person will look after all of that. Compliance reports, all can be done by that person. The general stuff that Shelley does for burn permits, reminders that are burn permits, anything you want to do for minutes if you want to use them for that, agendas, public inquiry, that's all there. But I think the other thing that moving into, you know, a level of service is I think it's a fair and acceptable practice that regular working hours, we have someone that we can commit is at a phone and at a location, which right now we can't do as an emergency service. Because the bells ring and we all leave. And I mean, I know John was last year, he took a walk through and said, she's a ghost town. And we were out on a response. And that could be 4 minutes or that could be 4 hours. They would definitely have, you know, we got to compensate for their sick days and holidays and whatnot, but there would be a face and a voice.
And just a friendly reminder, let's make sure that when we are speaking on topic, when we are speaking in general, make sure our mics are on. I got a facial expression from our deputy clerk on that one. Okay, any further follow-up on this? I mean, it's a substantial ask. We've heard the reason behind. I think we as council members need to understand and digest and move forward with this, albeit not at this time, because I'm suggesting that we're going to look at the overall budget again another day. Nezrat, what other part of this do you want to present based on the fact that lunch is probably here? So let's see what we can get done here with fire.
I've actually talked about all the lines on page 107. Is there any other question on fire department's operating budget?
I see none at this point in time. Well, Larry's starting to speak to himself over here. Any questions on basically page 107?
If not,
John's focusing a question here.
Just a comment. When you look at the pressure sheet for insurance and you look at the actual costs have increased tremendously over the time period, that just shows you the liability right there that the fire service is under. So we have to be very cautious of what in our thought pattern to say the insurance is there, yes, but because of their positions, the liability is there, and therefore that would probably alleviate a little bit of it if, you know, they had some kind of assistance. So that's my comment.
Any further comments or questions? Nezrat, back to you on fire.
that's all for fire.
Thank you. I'm going to say it's 12:15, just for easy math. Can we take a break for lunch and come back here at 12:45? So could we have a motion for recess? Moved by Larry, seconded by Bruce. All those in favor of a half-hour recess? Carried, thank you. Good afternoon. Excuse me. We're back in session. We made it within 5 minutes of the objective time. Thank you, everyone. Nezrat, had you in control of the mic and the floor, and we're coming back to that. Please.
Thank you. If I can request everyone to go to page 110, please. In terms of the policing budget, OPP, we did receive a confirmation from them, 11% increase. That's an impact of $161,000. As you know, we are transferring $50,000 from the reserve to mitigate this gap. But for 2026, the increase from OPP that we have received, it's 11% increase. Any question? If not, if I can take everyone to page 113, please. For Police Service Board, for 2026, there is no increase. So we are flatlining the budget for 2026 for Police Service Board. Any question on this page? If I can request everyone to go to page 115, please. This is the GRCA budget, an increase of 1.9% as per the budget that was approved by Council in November of this year. Any question on this page? If I can take everyone to page 118, please. Animal Services budget is increasing by $2,000. That's as per the contracted rate with Humane Society. Any question on this page?
Larry, please.
I guess my question is, are we getting services, the services that we're paying for?
I guess another way of asking that same question is, do we get any complaints that anybody ever hears of?
Through you, Mayor, and to members of council, our animal control contract with NHS is currently under review because the term ends in December of 2026. So the joint member municipalities are looking at the value and recognizing that there's a really good possibility that the contractual costs will be increasing substantially. So we want to be prepared for that. With Tim's group and Jason, our bylaw officer, we're looking into alternatives and ways of cost savings in the future, just in case, to preempt that possible increase.
Thank you. Any follow-up questions?
If I can request everyone to go to page 120, and we will ask Lucas Kelly, our Manager of Roads Operation, to introduce Roads Department to us.
Good afternoon, Council. So I'm here today to present the 2026 operating budget for the Public Works Road Department. So we do maintain approximately 299 kilometers of road within the township. We are also responsible to maintain our vehicles, equipment, and also a long-term capital replacement schedule. Some of our operations do include obviously maintaining our local roadways, winter control operations, installation and maintenance of signage and drainage systems. We do significant amount of road surface treatment, pavement preservation, as well as continuous asphalt patching, street sweeping, to name a few things in our operations. Some of our roads and infrastructure management is continuing to maintain our stormwater assets, road reconstruction programs, which is a huge component of this budget. So 2025, some of our accomplishments, we had 51 winter events, and we're going to be probably exceeding that if this winter continues the way it is. We completed approximately 16,000 meters of crack sealing, so that is just a pavement preservation to continue to maintain our roads rather than it is to reconstruct them. We completed reconstruction of Sidey Drive. A new dump truck was ordered in the springtime of 2025 and anticipated delivery this summer, 2026. We completed approximately $155,000 worth of surface treatment, as well as $509,000 in single lift surface treatment, so that is pavement preservation. I made a comment in the past that it is much cheaper to preserve our roads than it is to reconstruct it, so we will talk a little bit more about that in the capital budget. We received 192 service requests. We completed 112 road patrols and 86 winter road patrols. And we are also starting the study for Sackville Bridge reconstruction, replacement, removal, but we are in that process now with consultants. Some of our priorities are to continue to look at our long-term plan investments for bridges and structures, continue to maintain or improve where necessary our road reconstruction as per our capital budget, continue to enhance and improve our road safety through the township for additional line painting, signage, guardrails. Another component would be to continue to maintain our assets, because I do believe Public Works is the biggest budget of the township, so it is something that we got to continue to maintain, as well as reviewing our existing stormwater network, such as our storm ponds that are in some of our developments that, as you can see by some of our forecasts at a later date, we will be spending some money there for some of those items. Some of the departmental efficiencies, like I said in the past, a lot of the newer vehicles are coming with emission systems, controls that are much more environmentally sensitive for the environment. Pavement preservation, like I said before, it's a lot cheaper to maintain something than it is to reconstruct it, so we're having a more model of a reactive than proactive. Procurement efficiencies, trying to purchase larger quantities, tender early, so hopefully we get some very competitive bids. And I think this past season we seen that with some of our tenders that were out early. We found some very competitive pricing. And then also with our roads material that we apply in the wintertime, our sand salt is treated so to allow the salt to perform at lower temperatures and have the sand out there for the traction component. And the last and final one is the Public Works garage has been all converted to LED high efficiency lighting. And then it's Nuzrat for the budget.
Thank you, Lucas.
Before you go ahead, Nez. I'll start over. I believe all of council heard that your comment, Lucas, about Public Works being the biggest budget component and has been for a number of years. My mind went to that should provide you the opportunity to share the biggest savings in the budget process. Nazrat, John?
Sorry, just a question on what Lucas was referring to. Start the Sackville Bridge study, look at all options. Has that been contracted out, or you do that work yourself?
No, that's, we last in 2025 budget, that was a capital item to hire a consultant to do a bunch of different environmental assessments, archaeological review, so that is ongoing right now.
Okay. Does that include the other bridges within the township? Because you've got written down there, continue to review the long-term plan for bridges and structural replacement.
So that is, that's a different item, but we are in the forecast looking at all other bridges as well. So for Sackville Bridge, the study has been for that item, but we're also looking at the forecast for the other bridges in the township.
Okay, so you're going by just documents, or are you going by knowledge, or are you going by stats, or what are you?
Going by the OSUM investigation that we do every year from engineering professionals. They do the review on all of our bridges and structures in the township. So we use that information, because they're the experts, to try to trigger out what bridges and culverts that need to be reconstructed in the next 5 years.
Okay, thank you.
Lucas, I'm sure you're aware that Sackville Bridge is getting into a position where it might be one of a few, if not one of one, for its historical design. And I'm sure you are aware of that, and I hope that when the review process is completed, there's consideration of options as for the future of that structure. It is a bowstring bridge, still haven't got it right, bowstring bridge, and there's very, very few of them left. A very unique design, and we do have one in our municipality. John, you want to follow?
Yeah, just to follow up to that, 2012 report that came on the Sackville Bridge, have they referred to that at all, or this whole new study?
They're using that as information, but because it's so outdated, approximately 13 years old, they have to do their own engineering, survey, design, and then as studies and policies change, like I said, I wasn't aware of an archaeological study that had to take place with that, so that has just been completed. I'm hoping to get that report to me by January, and then with that information, obviously there would be definitely a public meeting to discuss the options to consider, and then move forward. It is definitely a lot longer process than I thought it was going to take.
I'll just make a comment. I imagine the residents' comments will be the same as 2012, so.
Yes, yeah.
Back to you, I think.
If I can ask everyone to go to page 124, please. Public Works operating budget is increasing by 5.8%. Under base, their base budget is increasing by 0.9%. Personnel under base is increasing by 2.6%. Contribution to reserve is decreasing by $7,000. It's because of removal of streetlight reserve transfer. We normally transfer $7,000 to the streetlight reserve. The reserve has sufficient funding, so we're not going to be doing it now. Other expenditure is decreasing by approximately $50,000 for various reasons, and when I go through the pressure sheet, I'll go through that in detail. Contribution from reserve is increasing by $33,000. It's because of transfer from streetlight reserve to phase in the impact of streetlight levy removal. Other revenue is decreasing by $88,000. That's because of removal of streetlight area charges. And when I go through the pressure sheet, I'll go through that in detail. Public Works Department, they are requesting a new position, conversion from part-time to full-time admin assistant. In terms of service enhancement, it's an increase of $72,500, and I've spoken about both of them earlier. $70,000 additional for road overlay and $2,500 for additional line painting. External pressure is increasing by approximately 0.5%, and that is insurance. Capital contribution is increasing by 2%, and that's $87,700 to be transferred to equipment and vehicle reserve, generator reserve, and stormwater reserve. Is there any question on this page before I move to the next one? If I can request everyone to go to page 125, please. I'll just talk about some of the major increases that I haven't spoken about. Gravel crushing is decreasing by $20,000. The need for gravel crushing has declined as township continues to implement more road preservation treatment, which requires significantly less gravel than traditional methods. Equipment maintenance is increasing by $5,000. That's cost of maintaining and repairing aging equipment. Fuel is decreasing by $10,000 due to price decrease. Any question on this page? If not, may I request everyone to go to page 126, please. Sand expense is increasing by approximately $26,000 aligned with actual. Streetlight expense is decreasing by $48,000 because our contract with Real Term Energy expired on October 31st, 2025. Tree removal is decreasing by $20,000. In the past few years, council approved to increase the budget for tree removal. We have been able to remove lots of trees, and now we're proposing a reduction. Contribution from reserve, from the streetlight reserve is increasing by $33,000 because we would like to phase in the increase to the removal of streetlight levy. Streetlight area charges, we're removing that from 2026. It's an impact of $88,000. Streetlight Streetlight contributes to public safety. Since all residents benefit from well-lit environment, removing the streetlight levy and funding it through general taxation promotes fairness. I do want to mention to everyone, removing this in 2026 has no impact to tax rate for 2026 because we are seeing a significant saving because of the expiry of the contract with Real Term, and we're transferring $33,000 from the streetlight reserve additional $33,000 from the streetlight reserve in 2026, and we'll phase that in the future years. So no impact to 2026 rates. Any question on this page?
Go ahead, John.
Yes, Nazar, I'm kind of confused here. Rural streetlights, you have money in there, but the contract expired on the 31st of October 2025. Who's going to maintain the streetlights?
So through that contract, they only were responsible for parts. So we were still maintaining them. The township was. So it'll be kind of the exact same process that has been doing that for the last 5 years or so. But now with this 10-year contract being expired, we have significant savings there. So we're using some of it through the reserves, but we as the township will be responsible to maintain it as per, I think there's a line item in our operating budget for streetlight maintenance.
Thank you.
May I request everyone to move to page 127, please? Roads Department is requesting for a new position in terms of a conversion. It's a conversion from part-time to full-time for admin assistant. I'm actually going to pass the floor to Lucas to speak to that.
Thanks, Nazrat. So this position, Public Works, part-time roads administration assistant, was approved in 2024. Came to council then with a budget enhancement sheet to include all the job duties and assignments that would come with that position. We have found that there has been a steady increase to the workload, the volume of phone calls, the customer engagement, and I do think that person has significantly improved our department with communications, inquiries to the public, and other specifics. But with this new ask, or to go from part-time to full-time, there would be some additional responsibilities. Now that we have some of our new equipment in our Public Works garage, we're creating some of our new 911 signs in-house. We have a vinyl cutter, so some of that is done by our staff currently. We also have regular street signs that we used to contract out, but now we are buying the blanks and all the vinyl in-house. As well as continuing to improve our tracking of what our staff are doing on a daily basis, because we have a number of staff up there. So through this new ask, some of it would be to obviously to scan some of our existing paper copy drawings into our system to improve our access to these drawings for locates, because when Ontario One calls, or anybody that wants to dig in the township, and we are infrastructure owners, we have to have all this information readily available so we can provide the contractors for digging. Other things that would come out of this would be daily tracking of tree removal, ditching, brushing locations, culvert replacement. So I would like to start to track specifics on that. So at the end of the calendar year, I would be able to come back to council and say, we've ditched this many kilometers, we've removed this many trees, we removed, or we replaced this many culverts. So some of that stuff through tracking, and then, like I say, coming back to council, showing what was done in the calendar year, I think it would benefit all of us. Also, another component would be winter operations. Right now, our material tracking isn't the best. We have paper copy tickets that we put in in our mailbox, but it would be beneficial to see how much winter sand and material we use on a storm like today, or for instance, that we can kind of say, this is how much it costs per storm. I mentioned about legislation requirements through Ontario One Call about our records. Also already made a comment about the improvements on communication to the residents and taxpayers through the township, and then also just continuing to improve the social media, the flows. I know we work closely with the clerk's department, but as you may have seen last night, we pushed something out because of the snowstorm that was coming. We just did some more public engagement to continue to provide that information to the residents.
Questions? I have one. Go ahead, John.
Just a question, what you're tracking. Let's give an example, the removal of trees. How do you track that to get it back to the administrator to put that in the computer or log it in where it has to be logged in? What's the process for that?
So the hopes with this process is that when staff at the end of the day on their timesheets, we improve their timesheets, or we do electronic time cards that the staff would have to create, or we add another column to say, okay, we removed 17 trees on X road. So like I said, all that information will be then uploaded into, not sure what program we use or software, maybe it's a simple Excel spreadsheet, but that is what the hopes is on every day. Or myself or even the supervisor, currently we do daily activity sheets, but just to improve that, because like I say, we have a number of staff out there working throughout the township in order to, and then allow us to even maybe every quarter come back to council and say we've done this much with our current staff. So right now it's not being done, but it is something that I feel that it could be important, or it is important to track some of that stuff, especially when asset management is starting to go to the next level.
So you have to have staff buy into this, like the workers have to buy into this to make sure
It's not really a program. I think it's more the supervisor when because we all know where staff are, right? On the daily activities or in our morning meetings to say, you know what, you're going out to do tree removal on Rose Road. I want to know how many trees were removed. So, and there'll be a simple 19, 26, I don't know what it is, but it is something that we would then be able to report back on.
Just the other one, the night man that goes out, that goes out and drives around. They have a logbook that they basically mark everything down in, like bad roads or trees down or stop signs removed, whatever.
Yep.
And that would be passed on to the administrator to look in to say this has to be done, then you get a copy of that? Or how's
So
that
the
work?
supervisor, when we create, and that's how I was able to provide some of that information for road patrolling, right? It's all electronic now. So as we adapt into more digital programs, when there is a pothole that is noticed on the road patrol, it is then flagged, and then through that system, it is assigned to typically manager, supervisor, and the admin. So through that roles, we then assign staff, and then that work gets completed.
Thank you, Lucas. Obviously, you intentionally chose your road and your tree reference, and I know why. I'll simply tell you right now that in the future, I'll be asking, when will you have that job done? Not a question for today. What I do have for today as a question, though, is, first of all, a comment. I believe that the individual you have working part-time in this department has done a fantastic job in communicating with the ratepayers. For information for us here today, and maybe for some viewing this tape later, what are the hours, what are the days of that individual? And what further could she be doing in respect to communications different than what she's doing now? And where I'm going with that is, how do we justify the increase in hours when in fact she's doing an excellent job already with limited hours on the communication end of things? So communications, I think, for the roads department is a critical component, and that's why I focused on that only.
So there was, the first component was hours of work. So currently that position is 20 hours a work week. because it is a administration position, it wouldn't technically go to 40 hours, it would be a 35, so it's not complete double. So it would be a 35-hour work week. To the Monday through, it'd be similar hours to Public Works, right? It'd be I'm not sure exact hours, but it'd be the summer hours, which would be the 4 days a week, 9-hour days. I would have to work on that, but it would be similar to our road schedule. As for the communication, I believe there's always an interest to the public on where we are working. We have done a very good job giving out the high-level projects where we are, and our website even had a construction program that was pretty up-to-date on where we are, what jobs have been completed, and what is ongoing. But what the vision would be is that if we are doing crack sealing, if there's a disruption to traffic flow, to put out those posts to say, you know what, today we are going to be working on Vimy Ridge, expect delays due to surface treatment reconstruction. So some of that on a daily tasks or daily items, I think would be very beneficial to those taxpayers to see where Public Works are and continuing to communicate with those residents.
And your person you have in that role today works 20 hours a week, 4 days a week?
5 days a week now in the winter.
Okay. So less hours per day, obviously maintaining the 20.
Correct.
Thank you. Any follow-up for Lucas at this time? Deseret, back to you, please.
So I've gone through the service enhancement information, external pressure, and as well as capital contribution. Is there any question on Public Works operating budget?
Maybe we'll just hesitate because it is such a dollar value. Maybe we'll just hesitate a little longer, see if there's any follow-up questions before we move on, Deseret. But we'll leave that timing to yourself.
I will move to Parks and Facilities.
I'm still going to give them another second here,
Okay.
Nazareth, just in case. I'll put in a little filler conversation between you and I, and once again, come back to the committee, or council rather, any follow-up questions on this component.
Just a comment that I've already gone over the so-called reserves, so I'm happy with the answer I got. Thank you.
Let's go, Nazareth.
If I can request everyone to move to page 133, please. That's the Parks and Facilities budget. So Parks and Facilities, they are requesting for a budget increase of 10.4%. Their base is increasing by 6%. Personnel is increasing by 7.3%, and that is COLA, step rate increase, benefit rate increase, additional hours for canteen services. Contribution to reserve is increasing by $5,000. That's an increase transfer to Parks Reserve to increase funding for future parks project. Their other expenditure is increasing by approximately $49,000 for various reasons, but one of the main reasons is canteen and vending budget is increasing because staff is now operating it. Their other revenue is increasing by approximately $49,000 for various reasons, but one of the main reasons is canteen is being operated by staff. In terms of new asks, they are requesting for a conversion from part-time to full-time of a facility operator. And the business enhancement sheet is attached to this budget package, which has all the details for this position. External pressure, it's an increase of 1.7%, and that is insurance. Capital contribution is an increase of 1.5%, and that's funding being transferred to equipment and vehicle reserve, as well as facility reserve. Any question on this page?
Nazareth, just for my own clarification, in this particular case, Parks and Facilities budget includes our 2 ice surface buildings, our community halls, and it's costing us $1.9 million for total expenditures in 2025.
That's correct.
And our total revenues is 1.325.
Tot- Total revenue is, in 2025 is 615.
615. Okay, thank you. I wasn't saying that correctly. So to maintain our arenas, our community halls, our parks is costing us $1.3 million a year.
In 2025.
Okay. We're a far cry from breaking even on that one, aren't we? Okay, thank you, Nezrat.
If I can request everyone to move to page 134, please. I'll just go over some of the big variances. Under Baltimore Recreation Center, canteen and vending expense is going up by $25,000, but when I go to the next page, you will see that we are generating that revenues. Building maintenance and equipment maintenance is increasing by approximately $4,900, and that's because of aging equipment. Under Butley, vending expense is going up by $2,500 because staff is operating it. Equipment maintenance is increasing by $3,000, aligned with actual. Any question on this page?
Well, going back to your comments there, Mayor Jib, I kind of think to myself, well, if you're not breaking even on the facilities, you're not breaking even on any department within this corporation. So it's a cultural building. It's where people meet. It's if you go back and look at their stats here, they have over 3,500 plus ice hours, and on the turf is 1,270 plus. They had 200 events, 520 ball games, and 9 tournaments. It's a place of meeting. It's a culture where people go and socialize, and they young kids get exercise and whatever. So I consider where you're coming from, but I don't think any department in this organization will ever break even. So that's my comment. Thank you.
I concur with what you said, but my question and comment earlier wasn't about where I was coming from, but where I'll be going to in a future conversation in this budget.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I do want to mention that in order for us to break even, we need to increase our user fees significantly. And if you are to break even, the fees will be increased so much that I don't know whether people will be able to afford it. And that's the reality. So normally municipalities, we don't break even. There's always a deficit when it comes to service.
I don't believe there's a facility in any municipality in this province of Ontario that truly makes money. And again, that's not where my mind was going. It is a level of service that many ratepayers utilize and enjoy having there. If we look at what John has spoken of as the events, the activities, I mean, it's just phenomenal. And again, my question was to get that on the floor for people's minds as we move forward in another component of this budget. So I don't think we are outdated or extremely low in our user fees. I know that that's looked at by staff on a regular basis and brought before council. So I'll just leave it at that. Thank you.
If I can, sorry.
Go ahead.
Dealing on page 134, when we go down to the Cold Springs Hall and you go to the supplies, what is that? I mean, it was 18,000 back in 2024, and then it dropped to 10. Now then we budgeted 7. Now we're going back up again. What does that entitle? What's part of that?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I don't have the answer to that, but I would be able to get back to you on Monday, if that's okay.
That's fine. Thank you.
Just to kind of pipe in here, I wonder if that's due to the library being there, Mark, to have more cleaning days and that's
I don't know why it was so high way back in 2024. It was 18,000. So then it dropped, and now it's kind of coming back. But you may be right. It may be the library's maybe making it come back. But.
remember what our deputy clerk has asked us before to ensure that we use our microphones.
Just to clarify that the library didn't come in until 25, actually not until September, October 25. So it didn't affect really the overall year-over-year budget.
I will get back to you on that on Monday for sure. If I can take everyone to page 135. Their vending machine revenue is increasing by approximately $28,000. ICE rental is increasing by approximately $10,000, aligned with projected actual. And under Bewdley, their ICE rental is increasing by $5,000. I have talked about the conversion request, conversion from part-time to full-time for the facility operator, and business enhancement sheet gives you detailed information on that. Is there any question on page 135?
Seeing none, Nazrat, back to you.
If I can take everyone to page 145, please. This is the library budget. As per the presentation that was done today, it is increasing by 4%. Any question on that? Yes.
John?
Just a comment, Ezra. I believe that there was discussions with the library about the costing, so I think it's probably at its lowest level it's going to get.
That's true. That's correct.
Okay.
If I can take everyone to page 148, please. This is the community grant and other committee budget. You can see that there is a decrease of $15,964, and this is related to the physician recruitment. As you all know, the Northumberland Physician Recruitment and Retention Board was dissolved effective September 8th, 2025. I do want to let everyone know that we did pay them in 2025 based on the budget that was approved by council, but we have received the check, so we have gotten back the fund from the board, as well as $22,000 from the cash allocation. And at the year end, I'm going to request council to transfer that fund to a reserve. Any question on this page? If not, I would take everyone to page 150. So this is the community grant request page. We have a budget of $21,000, and we've received grant requests for approximately $35,000. So I'm looking for direction from council in terms of how much to allocate to which organization.
I'll speak first. My previous question about the facilities and the cost that it is to the municipality of $1.3 million per year was actually a positioning question on this topic here in front of us. And I know there has been conversation about limiting some of the facilities here that get grant money from us. And I also know there were some excellent presentations here not that long ago at Committee of the Whole. And I simply asked the question about the 1.3 million that it costs us to run our facilities in relationship to the Harwood Hall. The Harwood organization is a group of volunteers. They're very active, very positive, and very effective in doing a lot of work in that area. Of course, we all know that Harwood Hall is not owned by the municipality, but it is providing an almost identical service with a lot of interest compared to our Cold Springs Hall, for example, or even our old Cameron School. And if you look at the costs of our own owned buildings in relationship to the value we get there, in relationship to the value that our ratepayers get from the Harwood Hall, then I am not in a position to eliminate the money going to the Harwood Hall. So I will then stop with that, and that ties in my previous question in relationship to positioning, in relationship to this component of the budget. And I'll then turn this over to my fellow council members for direction to our staff at this point. Just for clarity on this component, we're discussing the direction that we will be giving to staff, is a better way of me saying it, because we will be having, I believe, a motion on the floor to receive the budget. So we really don't want to bring forward a motion of exactly what we're doing here, but rather to generate the discussion of what will be coming forward. I hope I have that clear enough. If not, I'm going to turn this over to our clerk to put precise conversation to it.
Just to clarify that any direction related to the allocation of the community grant should be done through a motion and a resolution. Currently, we have the motion to receive on the floor. So my recommendation would be to receive the presentation for the draft budget proposal, dispense with that, and then get the motion, or deliberate as you've suggested, and then move the motion at the end. So you essentially will have two motions. It's going to depend on, right.
So there will, through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, by the end of the day, there should be two motion, one to receive the budget as well as the allocation.
Very well.
We'll make sure.
Larry, you want to speak to the topic here?
So are we going to recommend, is that what we're going to do now? Recommend? Well, first off, if we're going to go with 7,500 to Harwood Hall, and are we going to keep our 21,000, or are we going to increase to 35,000? What is that decision? Are we going to stay? We're going to increase to 35,000 for the grants? Now, understanding that the Alice, Kawartha, Peterborough, Northumberland is out, because the Ganaraska is going to be picking that bill up. So that's completely removed.
Just before we leave there, Larry, how do we know that?
Our
Mark, if you can help us there?
There it goes. Yeah, the 5,000 can be covered under the Clean Water, Healthy Lands program, so, yeah, we can cover that. I've talked to Pam already, and she's willing to move forward with that. Yeah, if they come forward, they have to make an application to the Ganaraska, and I know the presenter said he would do that, so yes, that can
So
be
we're
covered.
moving it from our budget.
Yeah.
But then
Thank you, Larry, for bringing that up, and Mark for adding how that process is going to flow through.
But that still puts us over the 21,000 previous year, so we have to determine if we're going to adjust those amounts, or are we going to keep those amounts the same? I think in our corporate services meeting, we had indicated that we would drop to Community Health Center Northumberland to 5,000, Sounds of the Next Generation to 2,000. We'd originally talked about dropping Harwood Hall down to 2,500, but that seems to be the direction that you're thinking, is to keep them the same.
Clarity on that. Maintaining some funding for Harwood Hall, not necessarily the full ask, but rather a reflection on, my previous comments were rather a reflection on what that organization does for our community. In fact, we have two numbers suggested in your conversation there, Larry, that I would throw out that I tend to agree with. And I'm going to turn to Nezrat, who's going to have a calculator in hand, I'm sure. And Sounds of the Next Generation, which again was an excellent presentation. If we were to take their ask to 2,000, as you verbalized, Larry, and Community Care of Northumberland from 8 to 5, and then we would be striking out the ALUS because it's going to be transferred to the Conservation Authority. And then we would take Harwood Hall down somewhat. Bethlehem Walk, I'm okay with, it's consistent with their ask. And community care could be reflected on as well. So what do we need to do to get to $21,000? Can we take Harwood Hall down to 5 and accomplish that? I don't think so. Do we need to take Harwood Hall down to 25? Mark?
I was going to ask Scott, dealing with the Community Health Center in Northumberland, is some of that not covered through the county? Like, do they cover any of that at all? And perhaps we could lower this to 4 or even 3 if we needed to. I mean, it's an $8,000 ask. It's a first-time ask. I mean,
That's the food program, right?
yes.
I'm sure they do.
I'm gonna have to hesitate because my microphone, I'm gonna,
Oh,
there it is now. Okay, we had too many microphones on, I guess, as we were getting issues. There's a component there, a component there of excellent conversation. In the presentation, there was a bit of information that I didn't think was there. I spoke to the presenters after the meeting, and they source out quite a number of things through, my words, the Northumberland Food Bank system. And so in some fashion, we are already supporting that organization. They are first-time request organization. So to follow your train of thought, if we were to take, and Nezrat, calculator still working? Can I verbalize on what I think we're both probably talking about, or we could all be talking about? Sounds of Next Generation, $2,000. Community Health Center of Northumberland, $4,000. The next one is out. Community Care, leave the same at $9,000. It's been their consistent ask, and I think we all understand the exact function they're providing to a lot of people in Hamilton Township. Bethlehem Walk, stay the same at $2,500. If we were to total those without mention at this moment to Harwood Hall, what's our dollar value, Nezrat?
If you want to be within that $21,000 budget, Harwood Hall will be $3,500. So I'll just repeat. Community Care will be $9,000, Bethlehem Walk $2,500, Harwood Hall $3,500, Community Health Center of Northumberland $4,000, Sounds of the Next Generation $2,000. That equates to $21,000.
Meeting the objective that we probably all have of keeping the total to 21,000. Feedback, I'll ask for it in a second here. I'll go counselor to counselor and see what we conclude here. Who wants? I'll turn to you, Bruce. Based on those numbers, what's your present thought?
Yeah, well, it gets us where we want to be. I just wondered, where would the funding for Community Health Center have come from before that they now, we didn't give them anything before, and all of a sudden they need 8,000. That's a huge jump, and I guess I like the 4,000 better. I just wondered where they got funding from before that they're not now, that they needed that much from us. Anybody know? I can't remember the presentation.
I don't. I can't answer that. Does anyone have a reasonable answer for that? Do we know? Anyone, please. Just make sure your microphone's on.
Well, I think what the issue is that they haven't come to us before because they're getting an increased number of people coming towards them. Unfortunately, our economy and the scenario sitting in our communities is getting desperate. And I think they're seeing a tremendous increase in their user base. So I think they're trying to do the best they can by going out and reaching so that they can provide more food to these people. And I think we as a community, we need to help support them. Because it's not just in Cobourg. I mean, this is within our own township that we're talking about. And I think they indicated that in their presentation. Thank you.
I'll just add to that, sorry, Bruce, I'll just add to that. This organization certainly is getting some of our tax dollars through our budget, through the county, through that fair share. Keep in mind that that's not the only place that some of our tax dollars go. We have a lot of tax dollars go to the county for any number of components through social assistance. Social services, I think is what that department's called. In addition to that, we have a more direct connection of how we help people, and that is through Community Works in Bewdley. And we do provide a lot through a volunteer organization there. And I know there are people in this room that to support that function from their own personal fundings, above and beyond what we do as a municipality. So we do good, we do well, better choice of words, we do well. Is there more need, more people, more that we can do? Absolutely. Will we ever catch up? I don't think so. I don't think so, but that's just my knee-jerk thought on what we as an organization do, and sometimes we don't think of our support to Community Works in Bewdley, but we do provide them with a lot on an ongoing basis. So, Bruce, you were about to have a follow-up question, and I interrupted you. My fault.
No, it wasn't. It was just, I was going to say, like, I agree with these last figures that you presented, to stay within the 21,000. I'm happy with that.
Sorry, Bruce, again, but Daphne and her ability to research simultaneously doing other functions has possibly an answer that I would ask her to verbalize for us in relationship to your previous question, where do they get funding from? Daphne, if you would, please.
Thanks, and thanks, Amanda. As you know, during the grant requests and the presentations at Committee of the Whole, they identified a funding source as being the community market, which provides fresh local produce at a reduced rate, as you know, and it was initiated on a Trillium grant. So with the intention of reaching another level of people struggling with food cost, it's noted that it's open to all community members, and it's barrier-free, and it's within a medical building. So that's a little bit of a blurb from their presentation. Thanks.
Bite onto that very quickly. Amanda, I didn't mention you because I'm reading it on Daphne's laptop, so thank the both of you. Follow-up question, Bruce, or no? Mark, follow-up?
I'm happy with the top group. When we get down to the recreation grant and the miscellaneous grant to community services, there's opportunity there for people to apply still then for grants, right? Am I not correct in that?
I believe the answer is yes, but I'll pass that back to our treasurer, please.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, that's correct. You do have a budget of $2,000 for miscellaneous grant that council can decide that then, in 2026.
Does that not go to the Parks and Rec Committee to decide that?
That's the facility rental fee reimbursement.
Okay.
That will go to Parks and Recs coordinators.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
I'm kind of going around the room. Larry, that makes you next. Any follow-up questions? John, follow-up questions?
You got my curiosity. The facility fee reimbursement, who would apply? You have to apply for that, or you just go and request?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. It's for organization that host fundraisers at our facilities. They have to apply for it, and we will present it to the coordinators and coordinators of parks and facilities, and they can approve it.
Okay. Just by your recollection, how many people have applied in 2025?
None.
Good answer, thank you.
As of today, based on my understanding, none. They can tomorrow, but as of today, no.
Okay, thank you.
As a former council rep to that committee, albeit a few years ago now, I can tell you that back in those days, there was more people asking than what we had money available to help with. So it may be a timing thing in relationship to the specific question about 2025. If we had Trevor here, he would be able to give us that history year by year, I'm sure. And maybe we could ask on Monday if that's okay.
The other question I have is the grants for community service. Can you explain that, please?
So let's assume in 2026, another organization comes in for help. Like, I think 2 years back, Legion came by for additional funding, and we will present it to council, and council can say at that time.
thank you.
But the budget is within $2,000.
Good, thank you.
Any further follow-up? Nezrit, do you have those thoughts that we sort of concluded jointly, documented adequately, or do we need to go through them one more time?
So we would need a motion. I will give you what I have right now. Community care, $9,000. Bethlehem Walk, $2,500. Harwood Hall, $3,500. Community Health Center of Northumberland, $4,000. And Sound of the Next Generation, $2,000. We would need a motion for an approval. No. Okay.
Okay, so we're not making this motion now. We're going to do it at the end of our budget today, or Monday even.
Today.
Following the presentation. Kindly move a resolution following the presentation by Nazrat on the proposed budget today.
That's right.
Okay, someone make a note of that above and beyond me so we get that done. I think we're all in agreement with the numbers, or is that a true statement by myself? Okay, thank you. Nezrit, coming back to you, and looks like we're into a building component here.
That's correct. I am going to be requesting our Chief Building Officer to present Building Department to us.
Thank you. Good afternoon. So the building department's mission is to provide the highest quality public service, ensuring compliance with building regulations and bylaws while working cooperatively with the public and building industry to create a healthy, safe, sustainable, and accessible built environment. Some of the key accomplishments in 2025, we did get a new building code, so navigating through those 2,000 changes was a treat. With a bit of decline in permits, municipal staff took on the building department fee study, so we accomplished that goal without going to any consultant. And then two highlights from our deputy chief. He started or implemented that new pilot program to close files, old building permit files, reducing the municipal liability, and was able to close over 200 active files that were stagnant. And as well, Mike was the chair of our Pine Ridge chapter, and he led our group through a number of educational and technical training opportunities, as well as charitable venture raising over $17,000 for this year was Salvation Army and Northumberland Fair Share Food Bank. With respect to our 2026 priorities, I think the biggest thing right now, and I believe it was also a direction of County Council, it's just essentially exploring shared opportunities for better service and an abundance of different service opportunities. So that's going to be the core, and then we're also going to continue to explore technological advancements. The big thing that we had been looking into is TRAX codes, but there's, I would imagine, abundance of different programs and platforms to enhance our goal for paperless processes in Hamilton Township. And Nasrat, budget.
Thank you. Thanks, Tim. So in terms of the budget, under base, you can see their personnel is increasing by 4%. and their revenue is increasing by $9,000 to netted to zero. Any question?
I'll simply provide a comment in the presentation. There's a question about, did you know there was 2,000 changes in the 12 to 24 code? If I could answer that on a personal note, yes, I knew that, and I'm very pleased not to have had to deal with one of them. Someday, to our chief building official and our deputy chief building official, you will also be wanting to make those statements. Nezrat, back to you. It doesn't appear as though we have any questions in this.
Perfect. If there's no question on this, we are done with the operating budget, and I would like to now move to capital budget. We will start with on page 158. I will request our fire chief to present the fire capital budget. Just before he comes here, well, he's here. Fire department, they are requesting $159,000 worth of capital project, and I will pass the floor to him.
Thank you, Nusrat. Through you, Mayor Jib. I'm not sure if I might be out of order in taking this the way that I am, but I just wanted to reflect back on last year's council and the request of council to ensure that we got as close to a positive number coming into 26 as we could. I made a commitment that there was a scheduled $350,000 ask that was in for 2026. You'll see that it has been removed. We did slide a pickup truck back an additional year for a couple reasons. One, the kilometers are getting up on that truck, and two, that truck will eliminate a 3/4 ton, and it does help to balance our asks. Three, you'll also see underneath the capital forecast that it has increased significantly from last year, and a lot of that has to do with things that we talked about at the start of the meeting today and things that are out of our control. Things like $50,000 to $100,000 increase in price for a Cummins engine just for the EPA standards for fire trucks. Things like our SCBA that are currently coming out of service, and that's why the asks are the way that they are. So moving to the pickup truck specifically, the pickup truck to be replaced is the pickup truck that I'm currently driving, which is the 2019 with 170,000 kilometers. As we did with the past truck, that truck will remain in the fleet. It will go to the station in Bewdley, will become their personnel hauler as well as tow that small UMA boat that's there. The 3/4 ton truck that sits in Bewdley will move to Harwood. That will give a larger 3/4 ton truck to tow the UTV. And the 3/4 ton truck that sits in Harwood, which used to sit in Baltimore, is the 2005 that's being replaced with 66,000 kilometers. So there's a couple methodologies that we've used for that. One, through fleet reduction, that will then put us back to just one 3/4 ton pickup truck, which somewhere down the line in one of these moves for a administration vehicle, we will use it as an administration vehicle as a 3/4 ton for a couple years and put it back into the fleet. Two, it doesn't put those brand new vehicles into the fleet, and things that are happening like right now where we have a 20-year-old vehicle with 66,000 kilometers on it, doesn't happen. And make sure that we're putting those resources to where they are. I think that's the summation of the ESU that's there. It is $10,000 over what last year's ask was, so we were able to get the half-ton pickup truck that the deputy chief is currently using at $90,000. I did increase that to $100,000 just simply because we were right on the $90,000 for 2025 budget, and that does include the cap, the slide out, the lights, the radio, fully equipped. And as Nusrat has shown here, we did grab $25,000 on development charges, $75,000 from the reserve, and that's based on some of the improvements that we've done with those vehicles.
Thank you, Mike. I have a question. I guess I'll start off. the three-quarter ton that sits in Harwood that originally was in Baltimore has 66,000 Ks on it and will be disposed of. There'll be some salvage dollars that comes back into reserves.
Correct, and this year, the one that we did, which I believe was in a little bit of worse shape even than this one, I think brought somewhere in the neighborhood of $12,000 on GovDeals.
And if my mind serves me right, that is a full double cab, full box, three-quarter ton, four-wheel drive truck.
Not sure on the 8-foot box part. It might be 6.5. I
Okay.
don't think it was as long as the other one. And I think technically it might fall under the 3,500, but still be single, not dual wheeled. I think it was extra heavy duty at the time.
Okay? It's the vehicle I have in mind. So
It has
thank you.
the full enclosure on the back of it, two doors, aluminum cap.
Okay, I can see its efficiency of moving people around not being very good at all. Probably need a 5-acre field to turn that sucker around in. Anyway, I understand your objective in moving those vehicles along. Question, Sean, I think you had a question there a minute ago?
Yes, if I can stop laughing here, I'll be all right. Water rescue equipment, is that replacing the old equipment that was on the previous watercraft?
Sorry, we're jumping? Yes.
No,
So-
it's just the bottom of your fire service. You already did the half-ton, you said
Yep.
all the rest is pretty well the same, but
Yep. So nope, that 10,000 is the reoccurring. So there's going to be a couple pieces that one gets used for this year. Remember when we did the 100,000 2 years ago? Then we said rather than having the $100,000 hit, we'll take 10 annually, which was very successful for this year. I think we're also going to need some bits and bobs just to go onto that new boat. So some of that will be water and ice rescue equipment that will go on that new boat for next spring on its launch.
okay, so just another question here. So your personal protective equipment, part of that will be part of the water rescue equipment, or you're just talking a whole new budgetary item for that, such as what you're, the $10,000 for?
Correct. The 10,000 is earmarked for water and ice rescue. The 29.5 is earmarked just for bunker gear, helmets, boots. If you can appreciate this, we're looking at about $3,500 now for a bunker gear, and that's times 55 at 10 years. So we still have to look at that, that 6-ish replacement. So just in bunker gear, we're at 20 to 25,000, and then we throw a few boots, helmets in there. That's how we get. It is a slight increase. I think it was 28,000 last year, 29.5 this year, and I think in the forecast we sneaked that up just to try to accommodate the price increases that are coming with that. The biggest thing facing the PPE, particularly for the bunker gear, is the PFAS, so trying to get those items out because they have been deemed as a cancer-causing agent, and appreciating that there's enough risk to firefighters as there is. They're now building equipment that will do the same thing, albeit yet to be seen on the longevity. So although the standard's still saying a 10-year replacement, if we get some folks that are very active, we may be in a situation where some of them have to replace that 5 to 7. But right now, our plan is still every 10 years, there's new bunker gear.
Good, thanks, sir.
Mike, I know you said it, but I didn't get it written down adequately. The year of that three-quarter ton that's to be skidded out and down the road.
2005.
Thank you. Any further questions on this part? Nazrat, back to you.
Thanks, Mike. I'm going to request our manager of roads operation to present the capital budget for roads, please. Thanks, Mike.
So, good afternoon. So the first item in our capital sheet is roads fleet. The first one I'll talk to about an additional vehicle to the Public Works Roads Department. So in the budget enhancement sheet, it does have a bunch of information. I'll try to summarize a lot of it. So this would be a new vehicle. It would play a critical role for the Public Works Department. This vehicle would be for site inspections, road patrols, more as an administration vehicle. It will also allow for the larger vehicles, page 172, 173. So that's a budget enhancement sheet, sorry. It will allow for some of our more bigger vehicles to be parked instead of using 3/4 ton vehicles, gas, to do items such as mentioned prior for more administration duties. An electric vehicle would be much more economical, feasible, and cheaper to operate. So some of it, like I say, to reduce the wear and tear on the heavier equipment, extend the service life on some of these bigger 3/4 ton trucks that, like I say, we're using in the summer months for road patrolling, putting on significant kilometers and miles, allowing for a more efficient vehicle in our fleet. Like I say, we'll just extend the service life on some of our more expensive vehicles that we have for, like I say, for winter operations, the plows, the 3/4 ton pickup trucks. So I'm here to, there is on the next sheet, there is a table there to kind of speak to page 175 about the consumptions of fuel versus electricity. So when you start looking at some of the calculations, just the fuel savings alone based on the average kilometers we are putting on these 3/4 ton trucks, there is a significant savings over time. So purchasing a vehicle such as this, an electric vehicle, continues to invest in our future about efficiencies, sustaining long-term cost savings, while also ensuring that our staff have the ability to get to where we need to go. So part of this budget item would be to include a charging station, but the charging station is strictly for this vehicle. It wouldn't be, I know there's been some grants and funding that I've seen over the last couple months about public charging stations, but we're not getting involved into that. But some of the money for the, or this budget does include a charging station at the Public Works facility. And before I go to the next large item, I'm here to,
Maybe we'll have questions on this particular item. Mark?
I was just going to say, Lucas, I know our environmental committee was very excited about this and even willing to put some money into your charging station, which I believe is around $2,300 here to do that. So I do hope we can support this. It's something that it's something that we're doing for the environment that we probably should do, and it's some savings for fuel and so forth. And it's if we need the vehicle, it's the right thing to do. So, thank you.
Lucas, I'll bring forward questions that I've actually been able to send your way during the committee process. Do we truly need this vehicle in respect to summer activities and then winter activities, which are very different, because of course we don't have summer students demanding extra vehicles in the winter months? And the second part of that, or maybe the second question, is do we have staff in the winter months that would be utilizing this vehicle, and for what purpose?
so I do feel there is a demand for this vehicle. In the summer months, there are many occasions where there is no vehicles left at our Public Works facility when we have 11, 12 full-time staff plus 4 students. There are multiple different activities going on. So we usually send out a vehicle with a culvert trailer or another vehicle for traffic control. Then you have activities where they're brushing that need to carry equipment. So a lot of those pickup trucks, bigger vehicles are assigned to those activities where we need them there. Our practice has been for safety is that when we are out doing traffic control, there is a vehicle there with the warning lights flashing to get the attention of the drivers. Through all that, we still need to maintain our levels of road patrol. So when we went to electronic, and I talked about it a little bit in the operating budget, digitalizing all of those road patrols. So we go out, some roads need to be patrolled twice a week. Other roads, like such as dead end gravels, they don't need to be patrolled for every 30 days. But when we're out patrolling with typically past practice with 3/4 ton trucks, we would start, stop, mark potholes, mark debris. This vehicle would be utilized for that. Like I say, just for driving, patrolling. I think to keep the wear and tear off the bigger vehicles, it would be used at this point in time. In the winter months, obviously, it would likely be an SUV, all-wheel drive, but it wouldn't be there to be patrolling in a snowstorm, because the night patrolman does need to be out there with a plow, a sander, but when weather permits, and he doesn't need to be, or that person doesn't need to be out there with a 3/4 ton, when maybe January thaw, the roads are bare, dry, can this vehicle be used in the winter time? Absolutely. So trying to gear to where the demand is for vehicles that are way more efficient, put the wear and tear on those, and keep these 3/4 ton trucks, I would say, parked, reducing the kilometers, because we all know how expensive 3/4 ton trucks are. We bought a couple about 5 years ago, and they're already pushing, I think, about 150,000 kilometers. So trying to increase our service life and buying some more cost-effective vehicles is what I'm proposing to do.
Again, this is a question I've asked many times, Lucas. How many pickup trucks do we have in a number versus how many snowplow trucks do we have versus drivers? In other words, today, what vehicles do we have sitting, if in fact we have any vehicles sitting in our roads garage? Because I'm assuming today we have every operator we have in a snowplow truck doing a route somewhere. So for the record, could you indicate to us number of pickup trucks, number of snowplows, number of people to operate them in a winter condition? And
So-
maybe you want to reflect on that in a summer condition as well.
So I did create, or the Public Works Department did create a winter operations booklet that was circulated with coordinators. So it does have all of those. A lot of that information has been already created, circulated. We have not posted it yet on our website, but there is an internal and external version. A lot of the information is there, but I will speak to it because it's not in front of you today. We have 8 large tandem axle snowplow dump trucks that are out doing their normal routes. We have 2 3/4 ton pickup trucks with plows and sanders on them that have, I'll call it, their routes, dead end roads, parking lots, as such. Those are, I would say, 10 vehicles during winter operations where we, I guess, call dispatch or send out for winter control. From that, we have a 3/4 ton pickup truck that is typically used for road patrolling for the supervisor. Then we also have a 1/2 ton pickup truck that typically used for, like I say, traffic control. It is a 1/2 ton long box regular cab for, I'll call it, for road patrolling. Those are our pickup trucks. Then we also have 2 1-tons that have hydraulic dump boxes on them. And a lot of this information, I know I'm just speaking on it, but there is a forecast, a spreadsheet in this budget that has all these specific items. But then we have 2 1-tons that have hydraulic dump boxes for patching and, like I say, carrying material, towing trailers, And then we also have I'll call it like a 2-ton, which is also used for patching. It's an international vehicle that I believe is a 2008. It's a bigger vehicle. But that is, I'll call it our list of vehicles in the Public Works fleet. We also, and I think the other component of that was how many staff we have. So right now we have 2, I'll call it non-union, myself and the supervisor. We have a part-time administration person. Then we have, I believe it's 11 heavy equipment operators. We then have a mechanic and also a part-time mechanic. So for our staffing, we would have 16 employees, not including summer students.
Thank you, Lucas. Larry, questions?
I guess I'm the devil's advocate here. Why do we even need to purchase another vehicle this year? One of the comments that we got in the survey was, why are we not always going out and buying brand-new vehicles? Yeah, they're getting mileage on them, but, you know, can we not extend the mileage even further? So they break down once in a while. The cost to repair them sometimes is far less than a new one. I mean, understand this, Mark, I appreciate the fact that getting into an electric vehicle, we've been asked that time and time again. And I absolutely am an advocate for that. I'm just saying, in general, we're buying all this new equipment every year. And I understand, you know, the logistics of the longevity, the servicing and all that stuff, but people are looking at us and saying, why are you always buying all these brand-new pieces of equipment? I see, we put these trucks on the market, and they're being picked up by other municipalities somewhere else. You know, in some cases, they're not all that case, but I just being an advocate here is that we're always buying brand-new vehicles every time we come to budget, and they're huge. These aren't cheap items.
Can I speak to that a little bit?
Absolutely.
I think,
What I'm hearing there is a question, it's kind of a two-part question.
so for
Buying, sorry, Lucas, just a second. I'm hearing a two-part question. Why are we buying new is a part of what I hear. And please, either of you correct me if I'm wrong. And the other part is, why are we buying any vehicle this year? So that's a two-part question, I think, that's really there, Lucas. I'm sure you were going to answer both, but just in case. Please, go ahead.
So I think I'll start with the second one about buying any vehicle. I think through that budget enhancement sheet, it does show some significant savings for the forecast or long-term of the township. We, as you can see in our operating budget, we have significant cost of fuel. With purchasing an electric vehicle, running some of the numbers, I do think there is a significant, you might not see it today or tomorrow, but over time, you will see that these vehicles, instead of having a service life for 7 or 8 years for patrolling, and they have 250,000 kilometers on them, now it might be extended to 10 years because of the using more, I'll say, cost-effective vehicles for that. Do we continue to do what we do? Absolutely. I'm just looking at the future, trying to understand, gearing it better, because we know 3/4-ton trucks or pickup trucks, everything is getting more expensive. So let's spend a little bit less in the budget of $65,000. Do I feel that shopping around and doing some procurement, will it be cheaper? Absolutely. But you look at some of the bigger ticket items for a 3/4-ton truck to be patrolling at $100,000. Is that very efficient? In my opinion, no. So, I mean, we will do it, but when you're sitting on the side of the road with these vehicles, I mean, the opposite of using all that fuel, running the 3/4 tons are not fuel efficient. And that, I mean, I think we all know that. The second component of it, about buying new, because we are a municipal government and they know that, we get some serious discounts on new vehicles. They ask us if we're government, government entities of municipal, and list price is, I will call it, we'll pick on a truck is 100,000. We typically, once we have a government ID, what we give to the dealers, we give about 20 to 30% less than the sticker price. So I do see where you're saying they are new vehicles, but when we purchase them, we get very good rates that you can't get as a person off the street. And I don't know why that is, but I know from past vehicles purchasing, we get a serious discount on them.
Okay.
Thank you, Lucas. Any
Just
follow-up,
asking the
Larry?
question. Just asking the question.
No, that's a legitimate question and an answer. I'm sorry. Bruce, then we'll go to John. Bruce, please.
Like, I totally get not using three-quarter ton trucks for tool trucks. That's ridiculous. I guess my question would be, have you looked at the difference between an EV and a fuel in the same model at the difference in price? Because I know that these smaller SUVs, I'm not sure what you're looking at, but they're pretty fuel efficient themselves, and I just wonder if it warrants the extra cost of going to EV.
I have priced out some of the, like even a hybrid model, but I thought for the optics of the organization and stuff, I thought we would propose an EV. But I'm definitely, I can, when we receive quotes, if it's passed, we could still leave that as an option. But I do think just with the fuel consumptions and such, I think the EV is more optimal for our situations because we drive during the day and then it's parked every night when hydro rates are low off peak, and then it charges. I do think, and if you look at surrounding municipalities, there are many municipalities that are going that way just because of the jobs we're doing. During the day, we're out patrolling, and then when hydro rates are lower, off peak, they're charging. But I can definitely, like I say, still receive quotes based on the specifications of the township and see what those dollars come in at.
In the information you've shared with us, it sort of does the best case scenario of an electric smaller SUV compared to the bigger, heavier, three-quarter inefficient vehicle. And in some ways that kind of skews the numbers, even though they're accurate, I'm not suggesting that, it skews the numbers of what may be reality. So I think that's an excellent question to, let's compare an EV SUV to a non-EV SUV and see what those numbers are in relationship to cost savings, fuel savings, and they may tell a little different story. Again, that's assuming that we get budget approval to move forward with anything at this point in time. The other follow-up question I have is, Lucas, and I believe, again, I know the answer to this, but for the whole audience, this is an additional vehicle that's proposed, not a replacement vehicle that's proposed. And if you would just establish that again for us, please.
Correct. During my first comments, this is a new additional vehicle for the roads department.
Thank you. Okay, John, just a minute. Yes, John? You were pointing the other way. I thought I should go the other way with my luck. So, John, I think you got the floor.
I agree with everybody's comments here, and I have to go my route. I've got an equipment vehicle scheduled here from 2025 to 27, and then from 2028 to 2030. Now, whether that's changed or not, I don't know. But I look at the reserve budget for 2026, under the road vehicle and equipment reserve, you'll end up with $173,499. It changes in 27, it drops down, it goes up to 488. Then in 28 goes 773. Then in 2030 goes up to what was actually down to 496. Now, if you look at this chart and you go right over to the 2029, you're over $800,000 in equipment. And I can't fathom buying all this equipment. We have to concentrate on needs, the need of Public Works to a new backhoe or whatever it breaks down. If we go this road again and start buying all these vehicles, like Larry commented on in the comments from the public, why do we need all these new vehicles? And I understand where Bruce is coming from. He wants to do a comparison, that's fine. I understand where Mark's coming from, because of electric, it'll save money. My concern with that is the fact that this budgetary items, what we're gonna have to spend in the next couple of years, and then turn around and you put a charging station in, and I say to myself, well, we have other vehicles here that have to have charging stations too. So, just to focus in on the public works, it should be focused in on the whole organization itself. That's my comments, thank you.
The other electric vehicles we have today, though, are not municipally owned. We gotta just clarify that for the people listening on tape. And for me, we need to segregate those that's in the parking lot, not using municipal charging stations.
Correct.
Okay.
But I'm just
Just
saying.
a clarity on
In the
that.
near future, you have to do it. You have people visiting from outside of town, let's say if a consultant come down, he has an EV, has to plug it in because he gotta get back to Toronto, then we're gonna have to start looking at that too. So that's gonna cost extra money, so anyways.
Too bad.
Hopefully not on billable hours in that example. Any further thoughts, Lucas, that you would like to share with us on this vehicle?
No, like I said, there's more information in the budget enhancement sheet, so I'm hoping to come back with some of the cost difference on the UV or EV and non-EV for Monday, about a little bit of different analysis, but we will wait till Monday.
Larry, please?
Just clarify, is that just a non-EV or a hybrid? Is it a hybrid or just a
We
straight?
we can look at options.
Okay.
I know, speaking to some other staff and other areas, hybrids have a combustible engine as well as a battery. So some people recommend just go one or the other. So, but I can bring up some more information and come back Monday.
Turn to you, John, I'll turn to you in the form of a question. What I heard you say, not using these specific words, were the need of a piece of equipment versus the want of a piece of equipment. Am I kind of accurate in that quick summary of your thoughts? Thank you. Anything further on this particular item? Nezrat, I think we're back to you, please.
Still me. You're not that lucky.
I thought we were done with your needs and wants.
The next item is a 2008 rubber tire excavator, page 177, where the budget enhancement sheet starts. It was scheduled to be replaced in our forecast in 2027, but in the past this past season, we have had some concerns with the hydraulic pump engine and such. So the budget enhancement sheet is there, has a bunch of information on it. It has 12,000 hours. It is a 2018 rubber tire excavator. We do use it quite often. This is the machine with the brushing head on it that does all of our roadside brushing. The continue to rise in maintenance costs. There is some downtime associated to it. Like I say, there is a information there, not within these notes. I don't want to speak on everything because we have time sensitive, but in 2023, we spent $10,754 on it as maintenance items. 2024, we spent $15,119 on maintenance. In 2025, we spent $14,495. So in the past 3 years, we spent about $40,000 maintaining this thing. And that, out of those maintenance items, I do have a spreadsheet here. A lot of it is just wear and tear. Hydraulic lines are starting to break, tires. We had to replace some of the filters on the engine, AC condensers, the heat pump. A lot of it is, like I say, has some just minor repairs, I'll call it minor service. But in the budget enhancement sheet, and as of last summer in 2025, there was many occasions where it started to throw engine lights on it, and overheating. The heat gauge started climbing so high that they had to shut the machine off and let it cool down for about an hour before it would even get down into the service temperatures. So, like I said, I don't want to go through every component of the budget enhancement sheet, but like I say, in the last 3 years, I ran some maintenance items, and that's what it's been costing to maintain this vehicle, or this equipment, sorry.
Lucas, two thoughts on that maintenance. Could you share that, and not necessarily right now, but could you share that in the next short while, today, tomorrow, with council itself? And what I heard for numbers was 10, 14, and 25.
2023, 10,000, 24, 15,000, 2025, 14,000.
Okay, thank you. Larry?
Hi, Lucas. So this machine, what do we use it for other than brushing?
So we use this machine for brushing and also ditching for road reconstruction. But this machine is, because we have 299 kilometers of road, and doing roadside maintenance and vegetation, I would say 70% of the time is brushing with the head on there, like doing roadside forestry.
Have we considered possibly reaching out to a third-party supplier or contract for doing brushing and also, rental with operator of some of these machines? I mean, we keep buying these machines, but it kills us on service. That was one of the comments that we had from some of the feedback from the survey was, why are we not using third-party suppliers to help our economy within the community? And, for doing the brushing, we can't seem to get, by the time we finish brushing, it's the end of the season and it's all grown up again by half when you come back. So I'm just wondering if sometimes we shouldn't be, farming out some of these projects in the future. I mean, then we wouldn't have to worry about fixing the machine. It's the operator or the third-party supplier that would have to fix the machine.
So in my past, we have, not here, but in my other careers, we have issued quotes for roadside brushing and ditching. The cost was significantly more than doing it in-house. Obviously, contractors are there to make money. They have to own the same piece of equipment that we would own. So I mean, I can definitely look into it, but I don't think there would be savings to really utilize on. And with our current practice, this municipal, or the township, does a lot of their own road preparation in-house, i.e. doing all the culverts, doing all the ditching. I know some other municipalities contract that service out for capital works, which will be a table here very soon. But if we did decide to, for any of our capital program, to include brushing, ditching, those costs, that budget is going to go up significantly, or I have to do less roads. And we've mentioned before about we're in a good state for our current condition of our roads, but we do a lot of work in-house with the two machines, the grader. Like I say, these machines do work pretty well every day.
Sorry, we do contract out, or the county does some of this work for us too also, right?
So that they contract out just the surface treating component, and the contract with that is more or less just a cost recovery. They charge us an hourly rate based on their staffing, their dump trucks and that. They don't do any contracting out, or they won't provide any services to us for ditching or brushing. They strictly do the surface treatment.
Lucas, just give us a quick overview. which I'm going to start you off by saying, we have 2 rubber-tired excavators, plus what I refer to as the weed whacker that was purchased not too many years ago, and how they interact with each other as far as usage.
So we currently have 2 rubber tire excavators. One I mentioned here in this capital budget is a 2008. It has the rotary brushing head on it. It circles through the township. As we know, the growing seasons get longer and longer. The intent is to focus on the roads that we're reconstructing the previous year. So the roads that we're proposing to reconstruct in 2026, the bigger excavator with the rotary head will go along and brush it back. We'll call it fence line to fence line. And that is our focus. And then obviously through road patrols, identifying where other vegetation has grown, then that machine will go to that area. The other weed whacker typically goes along and does all the minor maintenance. That machine is designed for trees that are softer and up to 4 inches in diameter, so it's more or less maintaining and keeping that vegetation line pushed back to property line. And then the other newer excavator, which I believe is a 2014 rubber tire, it does most of our digging. So it does the digging for culverts, ditching, and for our road reconstruction. So whenever we have flooding complaints or culvert maintenance, that is the other machine that we utilize for that purpose. Not saying that when we get into some heavier construction seasons, the older machine where I'm proposing to replace, that can be switched out, put a digging bucket on it, and we've occasionally had times where we had 2 excavators on one job site because there's so much road excavation we need to do or ditching.
Lucas, for a future meeting, Monday, could you give an indication to us, please, of how many hours we would have put on each of the rubber-tired excavators and, again, what I call the weed whacker in 2025? Now, I know 2025 is not a finished year, but the usage of those machines is getting down kind of fine, so we can reflect on that. And just for clarity, we have 2 Libra rubber-tired excavators, one with brushing head, one with bucket as a norm,
Correct?
and then we have the European weed
Yes.
whacker.
Yes.
Okay. What's the name on that thing?
Communal, evergreen.
Thank you.
I'll get it to you after.
John?
Just a quick question. Lucas, you said this has 12,000 hours on it, this excavator. How does it get that 12,000 hours? Is that on the job site?
So that 12,000 hours is the hour meter.
Okay, so in other words, if that unit's gonna travel from here to the other side of Rice Lake to do a road, it has to be driven there, and that's why the accumulation of so many hours.
Could be, yep.
Could be, okay. So we have a Lodestar float tandem trailer. Is that strong enough to take any of the equipment on it?
No.
Do you think it'd be feasible if we did have a trailer to load on this equipment, take it to the job site and utilize it there?
I would say no. Because of being a rubber tire excavator, I wouldn't say it does road speed, but they do a fairly quick speed. And we try to plan accordingly to have it so it's not going from Bewdley to Baltimore for our works. I want to say from here to Bewdley might take about 30 minutes. So by the time we invest in a larger float, I don't even know about the height of it, because typically with those tag-along floats behind a dump truck, the float is above the wheels, height restriction. Then we're running into different classifications for license. So we only have a few staff members that have their AZ license. So I don't think there would be savings to look at floating a machine around. I mean, if we rent a bulldozer or something, we obviously use our current assets or trailer and dump truck, but something that this size, I think it would cost significant to buy a float to move it around.
Thank you.
Lucas, I believe I've seen this many times, where if it does go from the shop here to the north side of the lake, and the job takes longer, or is even planned for a 2 or 3 day job, that machine will remain in that area, and we'll send a pickup truck to bring the operator back and return them the next day, so that it's a kind of a one-trip effort to get it to those distances.
And that's correct. And over many years of being out there in the public, and a lot of staff know who lives here and there, that we have a mutual agreement that if we know that person, can we leave the machine at your farm for the weekend? So like I said, at the end of the day, we don't always bring it home. I mean, sometimes in this type of weather, we might want to bring it home just because it might not be used for a week. But past practice, and it still continues, that if we're out there on a job site all week, we will leave it there, and then a half-ton will shuttle staff back and forth.
Thank you, John. Follow up?
Sorry, with the brusher. When you're out doing the brusher, is there an arborist on staff to look at the trees and say you should preserve some and not preserve some?
We do have a licensed arborist on staff. Do we do a full analysis of all the trees that we're brushing or cutting back? No. We would use that person for specific trees where residents say it's leaning one way, it could fall. That we would review and inspect and determine and follow up with the resident, but most of the brushing is done based on sight lines, widening out the road, and that's usually is just doing more like tree trimming and limbing, not necessarily taking down healthy trees per se.
Okay, well, I've got a complaint of an individual who approached me one day and said they were brushing along the road and just took out everything. And and everything was still alive, everything was still flourishing, everything was good, but just took it right back, and they're going like, there was no need of it. So that's the only complaint that I had, but if you're saying there's an arborist on staff and they just do big jobs or little jobs or whatever it is, they have to brush it back, then I guess I'm content with that answer. Thank you.
And I guess I'll comment on that, like the trees that we are brushing, the saplings that are 2, 3, 4 years old, they're definitely healthy. But we need to protect the traveling public and shaded areas, especially in the wintertime, right? Like if we can improve, and there's another report that I think about 2 years ago about an actual, the one communal that we talked about for brushing, about the benefits to it, right? Sight lines, visibility, traffic. Once we remove some of that tree canopy, the natural sunlight gets there and helps us even for winter operations. So I'm not saying that when we are brushing all the trees are dead, absolutely not, but we do that for the traveling public, even for obstacles or animals along the side of the road. Once you have that visibility and sight lines, it's a safety to everybody, especially the traveling public.
My most recent call on tree brushing on roadsides was actually a compliment, which came from a person that is very outspoken and very knowledgeable, and I was pleased to receive it. And I would normally use the name, but I didn't ask if I could, so I'll have to keep that one to myself. So, Lucas, oh, I'm sorry, Bruce, question?
No, I just had a comment to John's question about floating. So probably by the time you hooked up the float and you put that machine on it and you tied it down to DOT specifications so it's safe on the road, you're probably already at the job site with the machine. So I don't think it would be safe, because that's huge to have a machine like that and make it safe to transport and have it like it. You just don't load it up and drive it. So I think you'd be there. Just a comment.
Plus, historically, when we see private individuals doing that, we see a truck and a float sitting on the side of the road there during the duration of the job. So, anyway, Lucas, do you have more?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
So the next one is a budget enhancement sheet for, similar to previous years, is a capital budget road reconstruction. The page number starts on 181, talks about the project description. It's continued to 182, and then I'll speak to more of just the road reconstruction that we were planning on doing on page 183. So this year, staff are proposing for reconstructing 4 roads. First one's Joe Oliver Road, next one's Cunningham Road, Robinson Road, and Cook Road. So this is a road reconstruction where we will either pulverize the existing road surface, add a little bit of gravel, and then double surface treatment over existing A gravel. The second table, table 75 on page 184, is the proposed roads for road preservation. So like I mentioned prior, much cheaper to maintain roads than it is to do a full-on road reconstruction. So the list is there in front of you. Little Road, Eagleson Road, Ferguson Road, Everston Road, Harris Boat Works, Halstead Beach, Tower Manor, and Irwin Goheen Road. The next, oh, sorry, yep.
Just a question, Lucas. Tower Manor Road, what is it? I can't even say it. What area are you going to do in Tower Manor? I thought from number 9 inward, it was already done a couple of years ago. Are you continuing down the road, or what are you doing?
This section would be from County Road 9 to the bottom of the hill. Like the section that you're referencing. It hasn't been done since I've been here. And that'd be 7 years.
Oh, I thought
Unless
it
it's
was in
held
pretty
up,
good shape.
yeah, so
Okay.
like I said, these roads, as you can see, the rating out of 100 are in good shape, but we want to continue to keep them the way they are.
Okay, because that's what I just said, it's in good shape, so I thought, well, okay.
No, most of these are in good shape, so.
Thank you.
The following table on page 185, table 76, is the proposed hot mix paving program. These are the 3 roads that will be contracted out by a contractor. A tender will be created, and obviously public engagement and bidding, but these 3 roads are Baltybrook Road, Cavan Road, and Telephone Road. Most of you probably are aware that we did receive an email from a resident on Cavan Road. We are dealing with that, and we will continue to communicate what we need to do to that resident and that group.
Lucas, for council as a whole and our viewers, what is your recommendation for the 2026 year budget in relationship to that email?
So for 2026, in reference to Cavan Road, we are proposing to do some of Cavan Road. Approximately $468,000 is the budget. I haven't spoke to any contractor specifically, but currently my initial process is going to be to excavate and replace all the culverts on Cavan Road, and maybe the road and location may be altered a little bit, but to do all of the base repairs. So with that, we would excavate culverts, excavate the road where we deem necessarily, because there's settling, heaving, bumps. Once that's completed, we would bring in a paving crew, pad those areas or patch them so it's still obviously drivable. There's going to be no gravel. And then in the following years, we will look at redoing the entire surface. I just think if we break it down and do each section individually, so it's 6 kilometers, give or take. If we do 2 kilometers, every 3 years. I mean, like I said, just for figure of speech. The cost, because the quantities are a little bit lower, you need to bring in a crew for culverts, you got to bring in a crew for ditching, you got to bring in a crew for paving. The quantities get smaller. So if we can do a large scale, same construction method, our unit rates, our costs will be that much better. So like I say, if we can do all of the culverts, instead of doing 6, now we're doing 18, we get a much better rate versus, same with asphalt. If we were only going to pave 2 kilometers, but then we actually do 6 kilometers, we just get that much better. So my initial comment would be to do that, like I say, to do all of the base works, culvert work in 1 year, and then determine what the future brings the following year.
Thank you. Any follow-up questions on that? Obviously, Lucas, we're dealing with a 1-year budget and can't speak to future projects in future years, but it's your intention to keep a handle on this and keep it in the forefront and prioritize it for future budgets if in fact that's what is needed.
And I think that's, then, like I said, trying to keep the cost and getting the best dollar figure, right? And doing the best, as much work as we can for a certain dollar figure. I think that is definitely a great approach to it.
Thank you, Lucas. Anyone have any questions on this aspect here? Bruce, question, yes?
Quickly, so on this table 76, you've got down 1.5 kilometers, so is that total?
So that 1.5 kilometers is total fixed for $468,000. The dollar figure obviously is going to stay the same because it's budgetary, correct? But I would probably bring something to coordinators in January, February, once I gather a little more information from contractors and say, you know what, I'm going to stay within that certain budget, but now I'm going to do the base repairs on all of Cavan Road. I have to bring it back. I mean, like I say, it's going to stay within that budget, but the scope of work may change a little.
Okay, thanks.
Larry, go ahead.
Just one question on the funding. The Canada Community Building Fund, do we have confirmation on that yet? There was some indication at one point that we don't know what that number is going to be. Did we get confirmation that that is the true number?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, we do.
Oh, we did get confirmation? Okay, great, thank you.
Just to share with you what our clerk and I were speaking of just a moment ago, we're going to need a motion for extension of the meeting. And would you like us to do that now?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. So just to be clear, the procedural bylaw has specific time limits for council meetings. So specifically, they require it's a time limit of 3 hours. A 1-hour extension is permitted, and then half an hour every thereafter, another motion would be required, and it would be needed to be unanimous. So my recommendation is that we waive the rules at this time. So I'd kindly ask for a motion that council waive the provisions of sections 16.6 and 16.7 of the procedural bylaw respecting the time limits for the purpose of allowing this meeting to continue past the prescribed time.
Did you hear the word unanimous in there?
This does not need to be majority rules.
Could I have a motion, Bruce? Moved by Bruce, seconded by John. Any discussion whatsoever? All those in favor? Thank you. Yes, we were discussing that too. We could, let's take a short recess here. That'll give Mr. Kelly a chance to think of future savings for us. And
I have a couple more tables to do, and I would have been done.
It's irrelevant. Any man that shows up with that kind of a sweater on needs to be dealt with accordingly. So we're going to recess for 10 minutes, maybe actually 12. Okay, motion to recess, do we need?
Sure.
Yes.
Recess motion, John, Larry. Thank you, everyone. We don't have any solutions yet, though. All right, we're back. We're back. It's 3 o'clock. We're back. We do have Councillor Butter just stepping out to make a phone call. He'll be back momentarily. So the floor is back to either Nezrat or Lucas. Are you wanting to continue, Lucas? Did you?
I have just one more table to reference, so on page 185, table 77, contributions to reserve. There is 2 projects there, Mill and Oak Street reconstruction, year 3. This is just to continue to transfer reserves, money to reserve, so when once the tender is ready, we will have money there to reconstruct it. And the other one, I believe we mentioned it during the opening conversations, was the transfer to structures reserves, which is our bridges and culverts, additional $250,000. And I believe that is it for roads capital items.
Thank you. I'll just quickly note that Councillor Butter is back in the room at 3:01. Any questions for Lucas on this topic?
And I still do have a few items. I forgot about them. So the next item, they're a little bit smaller. I won't get into the details just because we're on that time. One project is Bamsey Fence, doing a little bit of landscaping along Bamsey Road and a property that we have. More information is in the budget enhancement sheet on page 187 through to 189. The other one is a new project, Van Leuven Road, surveying, engineering, and design. Getting that one started for reconstruction. Usually takes a couple years to do the survey design, so getting another project ready for reconstruction. So that budget enhancement sheet is on page 190 through to 191. And the last and final one is the guardrail, which starts on page 192 through to 194. This is a project that is just an ongoing thing we do every year to install new guide rail along sensitive areas to protect the traveling public.
Any questions for Lucas? John?
Yes, going back to your project for Bamsey's, yeah. You said that this property is under the ownership of the township, and you want to put either a fence or a cedar hedge up?
Yes, there is. There's been some ongoing inquiries. Staff have been dealing with property owners. We do have a property that the township owns that goes to the waterfront. So this would be something to identify the property line and to install something. We don't, like I said, this is a budgetary number. There still would be public or engagement to the adjacent property owners as well as the easement owners, but it is something to try to identify with a visual object of where the property line is. So trying to separate from adjacent property owner and what the township has.
Okay, so just off the cuff comment, what do you choose? Shrub or wood?
I'm not making any comments yet.
That's good, thank you.
Any further questions? Lucas, is that the end of your presentation?
I hope so.
Lucas, on a very serious side, very serious note, I will say basically the same as what I asked a question of earlier of our fire chief. Lucas, you have a very large budget. If there's any opportunity to help with a save, we would ask you to think through that. We do have a follow-up meeting on Monday, giving you some time to do so. I just throw that out there, as I think it's only fair to share that with, again, of a large budget that you have within your department as we did, as I did with fire services. Thank you. Nezrat, coming back to yourself, please.
If I can take everyone to page 160, please. So Parks and Facility Departments, they are requesting budget for $370,000 for, and they do have quite a few projects. I do want to request that if you have any questions on the projects, if you can hold the questions till Monday when the page 160. That's the business cases for these projects are attached to this budget package. But again, if you have any question, please hold that till Monday, and we would be able to answer it when the manager is here. Now I'm actually going to go to General Gov budget request for $440,000. I will request our municipal clerk, Daphne Livingston, to introduce that. Oh, it's up to.
Or would you like us to turn to in our booklets?
We're still on the same page, 160.
Okay.
So we're talking about the general government's budget request.
Nazra, do you want me to look at the BES sheets?
It's up to you.
Okay. Just in the essence of time, if you don't mind, I'll just sit here. Within the capital budget request for general government, we do have an economic development strategy. This is a CIO-led initiative that would be to develop an economic development strategy to retain, attract, and expand businesses. The intent is that it would be funded as a matching contribution under the Rural Ontario Development Program grant. The total ask is $60,000 with 50% to be paid from the successful grant. Do you have any questions for that one? No.
Please continue.
Thank you. Our next capital ask would be for the IT, computer hardware, software, and internet. This is an annual ask. It's generally related to computer hardware and software. It's aligned with actual, and it includes CPI at 2% for this year.
I'm sure there's a rate. I have a question.
Yeah.
If you're done, sorry.
I do have the project list. If you do have any questions, the total ask is $30,000 this year.
If I heard things correctly, this is an annual ongoing, and as such, should that be moved to operational rather than capital, or what's the thoughts there?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, sorry, because the amount is significantly higher than our threshold, which is $5,000, we will keep it in capital.
Thank you.
And further to Nazrat's explanation, we do have a significant amount of operating expenses as well. These projects were specifically identified through County IT as having a capital ask. So through Nazrat's guidance, we've had that prepared in your budget package today.
Any questions from council?
So as I mentioned, that last ask was for $30,000. This one is significantly higher. However, if we were to ask our finance department, I'm sure they would tell us it was very important. This is for our accounting, taxation, and payroll software. That's called Great Plains. It's currently at its end of life. As of 2029, it will no longer be supported. Nazrat will be able to provide a little bit more detail specific to the program and what they're seeking them, in addition. I think the ask is at $375 in total.
So the ask is for $350,000 to be funded from reserve as well as efficiency fund. From 2029, GP will no longer be providing updates, supports, and security to the organizations who are using Great Plains. Some of the risks are we're going to be operating with out-of-date software with no security updates. Our data will be at risk, both financial as well as our residential information. There will not be any tax update, payroll updates, so we have to do those manually. And also, there will not be any support when it comes to billing or systems. So a lot of municipalities around here, we do use Great Plains, and we are going to be proceeding with a new software.
Any questions? Thank you. Let's continue. Oh, Mark?
Dealing with the software, Nazareth, would it be advantageous to tender this out as a county project versus individually?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes. We will be working with the county if they are going to be proceeding when we want to proceed. We would like to proceed as soon as possible because the implementation timing takes a lot of time.
Right, yeah.
So we are going to be trying to work with the county, but if the timing doesn't match, we will proceed alone. That's correct. Quite a few municipalities actually are proceeding now. We'll look at every option possible.
Anything further? Daphne, anything further?
No, thank you.
May I request our CBO to present the growth management plan, please?
Thank you. All right, so the growth management plan, that's an ask that we have under development services. It's to ensure that the Township of Hamilton is planning for efficient growth and providing necessary protection for important resources. The Township is proposing to undertake a growth management plan, and that will examine both opportunities and constraints for growth within the Township. The result of this study will be the development of a long-term growth management principle, which will guide the development over the next several decades and form the basis of the Township of Hamilton official plan, which we're undergoing the comprehensive update starting next year. The idea is to study the growth models and evaluate our current settlement areas and infrastructure while recognizing our topographic and environmental restraints. Right now, I think it's just really important to understand that, yes, that we will have an adequate supply of land that can be feasibly developed, and then lands within the significant lands with significant development constraints, that we change them and redesignate them. So rather than having them identified as settlement areas, maybe there's greater opportunity elsewhere, and that would all be reviewed. It's important to ensure that the township continues smart growth that's sustainable and aligned with our strategic plan and long-term vision, as well as being consistent with the provincial planning statement. I think we're all aware of the challenges and the pressures and risks that we have due to proximity to Cobourg and Port Hope and that continual interest. But we do need to always ensure that the growth will take place in our designated areas, settlement areas in particular, so that we can ensure the protection of our valuable agricultural land base. So right now, I don't know if you go over that, Nusrat, but the goal is to have this funding sourced through the development charges, and it's at a total cost of, at this point, $60,000.
Thank you, Tim. I am reflecting back a few weeks ago when we heard comments about not having sufficient or adequate plan for development in the future. This is a component of that, along with our official plan. So I'm pleased to see it here, and the funding source being something other than the tax levy. Thank you.
Yep.
John?
Thank you. Is this be outsourced or be done in-house?
This would be outsourced. Hopefully a good chunk of the official plan update would be done internally, and this is aligned with that.
Good, thank you.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Apparently not, Tim.
Thank you.
The last project that we are requesting, it's $3,500 for a new collection for library, which will be funded 100% from DC. This is as part of the DC study that was presented and approved by council in 2024. So we have collected the fund, we just need to distribute it to the library.
Any questions? Thank you.
That's the end of the capital budget, Mr. Mayor. We do have capital forecast attached to the package. I'll go through the list and you can let me know which one you would like us to go through in detail. Fire vehicle and equipment forecast is attached. Fire facility forecast is attached. Roads, vehicle and equipment forecast, stormwater forecast, structure forecast, generator forecast, IT capital forecast, parks facility forecast, and parks vehicle and equipment forecast. Is there any one of the forecasts that you would like us to pull out?
I'm going to say the answer is yes, but we went through that so quickly in your verbalization. I'm not sure I'm going to catch up here.
If you go to the table of content, the list is there.
Where are you directing? Where's the table of contents, Nezra?
11. There. So if you go, yes, there.
You want to go through them? It's been suggested that we go through them all at a slower pace, Nazareth.
Okay.
What would you like us to turn to page-wise?
Page 223. Fire vehicle and equipment forecast. Does council have any question?
Through you, Mayor, while you're perusing that, I will make a couple comments. We spoke already of the $100,000 pickup truck. If you were to look at a previous forecast, I think it was in 27 or 28, and we've pulled that back as discussed. The $350,000 ask was eliminated, and then the $1 million ask that's in 2028, I think actually sat in 2031 or 2032, and what I did there was just met in the middle. So pulled and eliminated a truck there, and then just pulled it back to meet in the middle. The ATV previously, I think, was well understated for 27. That's to reflect an actual. Water rescue's in there reoccurring. The self-contained breathing apparatus, I believe that was the number that we had in there, and that might have been pulled back 1 year to meet the 15 years that we've had that in service. The protective clothing reflects an increase. And then the communication equipment, hopefully, this year and next, we'll have that for our portion as far as the hard goods that are required for that. The 1.25 million 2030 ask is offset 100% with DC. So that's been reflected in a DC study that we did with Byron and his group. So large format vehicle, as we refer to them, you know, in the next 3 to 4 years, it's really just the one ask of 2028, with an ask next year, the big ask being 500,000 for the self-contained breathing apparatus.
Any questions? I have one. I guess everybody's still reviewing. John, question or? Okay, I'm still on 223 with my question. Any questions on 223? Good, Larry, go ahead.
Mike, what is the self-contained breathing apparatus for 500,000?
So that is the air packs that we wear when we enter
Oh, so those are
structure
individual-
fires.
That's, like, how many of those are there?
Right now, we have 25, so it would be in the neighborhood of 25 to 30 would be the replacement.
Okay, thanks.
Any other questions on 223? Myrick?
Just a quick question dealing with the ATV cost. What is that $100,000 ATV? That can't be right, is it?
Unfortunately, it is when you go enclosed with tracks and where we're going to do these rescues on the 401. Our most recent Brighton and both Trent Hills, both acquired them, and I think Trent Hills last year was north of 80, and Brighton's was north of 90.
Is that right?
With tracks, they'll do a 6-man cab enclosed. And I think where they've paid dividends is on days like today, when we've had those 401 shutdowns or we've had those impassable roads, albeit not without further discussion with our friends that we had here yesterday, because they don't have the equipment either. So we can probably have further discussion as we've had like with the boat and look at what we can do with the OPP.
Thank you.
Okay, any further questions? Mine was just asked by Councillor Loveson, so thank you. Anything further then on 223? Okay,
If not, can we move to page 224? That's the fire facility forecast.
So I'm sure there's some shock and awe when we look at this one. When we did the work with Byron, it was earmarked that one of the facilities should be replaced in 2030, and there was no provision in there. So what I had asked Nusrat was to get it in front of us, so at least we can look at it. We had $36,000 in the 2025 budget to look at a station study. We spent $0 of that. It really got wrapped up in about 3 coffees with Tim and I. And unfortunately, it was discussed, the current fabric that we have in the current building that we have. And without entertaining any large engineering studies or anything else, we're pretty confident that the existing parcel and building, we would be amiss to think that we would fabricate anything of any significance on that as a replacement. So we would be looking at somewhere down the line, looking at a new ask. That has a lot of pieces and parts to it, of which I don't have all of the answers, and requires a bunch of work, which will happen over the next number of years. And I think even trying to capture something in that 2030 date is probably a pretty ambitious thought, but we had to get something out there. Obviously, there would be a sale of land if we weren't to retain that for any other use. So there would be an offset there. And if you've talked to anybody that's built stations lately, they're anywhere from 9 to 12 million. So that is where the initial numbers come from. Nusrat threw a little bit at it this year to get us started of $9,000. And it allows us at least to have the conversation. It also allows us to possibly look at grant funding if it comes down the pipe, that at least we have it in the forecast.
as this conversation moves forward, and I've intentionally not said as this project moves forward, but as the conversation moves forward, one of the critical things that would be in my mind for an ask is, what might a $9 million building do for us that the existing buildings are not doing for us? And I'm not expecting any thoughts or answers at this point in time, but that would be where my mind would start with my beginning of my questions.
And a very rudimentary answer to that would be, what does a brand-new fire truck do for you that one that was built in 1981 doesn't do for you?
I have a rudimentary response to that, and that is work. However, I cannot use my same answer to our buildings. And I will admit that I am very partial, for very specific reasons, to our municipal buildings, and I am not limiting myself to fire halls when I say that.
And specifically, obviously, it's no secret, the one that's housing us as a headquarters is the Station 2. It is the oldest. It will continue to be the biggest. Work like Tim that's doing here with this growth model and study, what happens with our neighboring departments, where they place their fire stations, decisions that they make, all factor into this. So merely 100%, it is to have the conversation.
I will say that in my own mind and with many different people in a real conversation, I think we could reflect on a do-over situation and question ourselves as to why do we have 3 fire halls? And that's a topic I spent a lot of hours on with a lot of people, both in the municipal life, council life, staff life, and with ratepayers. John, get me out of this part of the conversation with a question.
Well, it's not really a question. I think it's just the forecast for the near future. And I think this council and the councils in the near future are going to have to keep in mind, if that interchange comes in the 401 and the UDR route comes by the fire hall, and you have an emergency situation, you've got traffic backed up from 45 around the corner, how are you going to get that fire truck out of that building? You'll never get it out. That's what you have to keep in mind in the near future, and that's maybe coming up 10 years, 15 years, maybe 20. Some of us won't be around, but Mike really will. And Larry, you're looking at me, I don't know why. But I think you have to look in the near, you have to look forward and say, is this feasible or not? To buy another piece of land to make the fire hall gets built properly. That's my rant there. Thank you.
Your rant is calm compared to my previous rant that I think you were present for. And my rant was about that new interchange and the impact it would have in that community, on that community, and from a municipal perspective, the impact that it would have on the current fire hall in Baltimore. I won't go into the rant. It would be inappropriate today, but any of you want it, I got it in reserve.
And I think, you know, further to your other discussion about the 3 stations, we can't go backwards, but we can go forwards. And we would be amiss to think that isn't a conversation piece. But in saying that, 1981 is what we're looking at replacing, not the 2000s. So I think anytime you get a building that's functional and operational and you start pushing that 50-year mark, there at least has to be a facelift.
Follow-up questions or comments? Moving on, please.
If we can move to page 225, which is the roads, vehicle, and equipment forecast, and I will request Lucas Kelly to be here to answer questions. Does council have any question?
Lucas, do you want to give us a quick overview here?
It's very similar to previous years, so I'm here to answer any questions, but I don't have any comments in particular to it.
Some of the things must be keyed in wrong, because I thought we had a 2008 Libra, but here we got a 7 and a 9, don't we? No, a 7 and a 14.
So that might be the year they purchased, but not the year of the machine.
Please go ahead, John.
Yeah, Nezareth, I maybe I'm a little bit, because brain fog here because it's 3:29. Van Leuven Storm Sewer and Storm Pond. We're looking at 2028 of 1,600,000. I know, I'm ahead of you, yeah, but it does, I'm just looking at it, that's all, but nobody else has questions. It's kind of like.
We're getting to the point where we don't need much more of an extension on our council meeting, or our budget council meeting, just with the way we're thinking at this moment in time. Although we all realize this is a very serious component of our budget, and sometimes we need to reflect on that. Nezrat, I guess I'll ask the group, is there any more questions on page 225? John, was your question on the next page?
Yes, it was.
Okay, so we'll just hesitate for a second. Anything, any further comments from yourself, Lucas, or Nezrat on 225?
No.
Okay, so we got that one out of the way. Let's move to 226, Nezrat? Okay.
I have no further comments.
Okay, we'll go to John's question.
Now I'm getting my brain fog out. Yeah, this Van Leuven Storm Sewer and Storm Pond in 2020 is $1,600,000. We're not going to have the money available for that, correct? Budget?
So if that project is approved, we are going to get into a deficit of $379,000.
Is there any chance of any funds coming in for that? Are you not correct yet?
I won't.
Is there anything available right now that would help us with this? So there'll be nothing in the future?
There might be something in the future, I just don't know.
That's it's not a fair question, but I just thought I'd ask. Thank you.
Any more question on the stormwater forecast? If not, we will move to page 227, which is the structure or bridge forecast. As I've said, we have been transferring $250,000 each year since 2024 to this reserve because we wanted to make sure that we at least have funding for the project in 2027. And I'm happy to say that we will have funds for the first project, but we will not have funds for the second project. As you can see, we are going to go into significant deficit. Any question on page 227?
Nezrat, does this not tie into our building for the future of our 2.5% that's back in early discussions, like 10 minutes after we started this morning? Is this not, I'm going to use the word fallout, and I don't think that's good wording, but is this not part and parcel of the fallout that our reflection on our building for the future is right here in front of us right now on this page?
That's absolutely correct. And if you look at it, if you look at 2026 column, you will see that we have a surplus in that reserve of $1.2 million. And then you will be like, oh my God, we have such a strong reserve. But within 2 years, by 2028, you're getting into a deficit of $639,000. And that's what I say, that if you look at today, we're in good shape. That does not mean that we're going to be in good shape in the future if we don't continue to increase transfer to reserve.
Thank you. Please continue. Any questions on this particular part? I think it's loud and clear, to be honest with you. Nezrat?
May I request everyone to go to page 228, please? And that is the generator reserve, the generator forecast. And as you know, we are increasing transfer to that reserve starting from 2026. In the past, we used to transfer $10,000 each year. For 2026, we are increasing that by $20,000 because of some major projects coming up. Any question?
And if there is, I'm going to just say, please remember the spring of 2025 in relationship to our generators. And as everyone in this room knows, I do a lot of preaching about generators, and I'm not going to today. Nezrat, please continue.
If I can take everyone to page 229, it's the IT forecast. And it's $200,000 more than what we projected last year, or for 2025 budget, at 2025 budget deliberation. It's mainly because of the software update. We estimated it to be around $150,000, but when we reached out to the vendors, it's significantly higher than what we thought. Any question on this?
Please continue, Nezrat.
If not, there are two more forecasts that we have, Parks facility and Parks vehicle and equipment forecast. If you guys have any question, I would say if you can hold that till Monday when the manager is here. Mr. Mayor, that is the end of my budget presentation.
Well, thank you, Nezrat. Thank you, everyone. Obviously, we have some challenges ahead of us. And if anyone has an opportunity to share good ideas, please do so. if we did nothing today to reduce the budget, except talk about it, our actions are required in the future. So again, thank you, and I guess I'll sort of lay down the challenge as I've done twice earlier, once with roads and once with fire. It's a big budget. If we can save money, let's see what we can do to save money. And I'll just refer to the previous references that we made of people in our municipality struggling, and is a 7.5% something that is tolerable? I leave that all as a form of a question. I will turn to our clerk and say, Daphne, please direct me on what we need to do from an official meeting perspective, because I, like some of the rest, have been here long enough and my brain's getting saturated, so.
Thanks. So through you, Mr. Mayor, as you know, earlier in the meeting today, the motion to receive 2025-2026 draft operating capital budget be received for information. That was moved and seconded by Councillor Davidson and Councillor Butter.
And we simply need to go back. Is there any questions or comments that you'd like to share at this point in time? And if there are none, then we would ask for those in favor of the motion. Carried. Thank you.
There is now, we would kindly ask for a motion related to community grant requests.
And those numbers are, I think, etched in our memories.
I can review that if you'd like. They're right here.
Sure, just for the record, that would be wonderful.
The motion as it reads is that the Council of the Corporation of the Township of Hamilton enacts as follows, that the community grants be approved in the following amounts: Harwood Memorial Park and Rec Club, $3,500, Community Care Northumberland, $9,000, Bethlehem Walk Committee, $2,500, ALUS, 0, Community Healthcare Center of Northumberland, $4,000, and Sounds of the Next Generation, $2,000.
Do I have a mover and a seconder? Moved by Larry, seconded by Mark. Any follow-up discussion, comments? All those in favor of the motion? Carried. Thank you. Okay, that was passed.
Closed session, please.
Closed session. We need a motion to move into closed session as identified under 12.1 of our agenda. Motion to move to closed session to discuss matters permitted under section 239(2). B, personal matters about an identifiable individual, including a municipal or local board employees. D, labor relations or employee negotiations. K, a position plan, procedure, criteria, or instruction to be applied to any negotiation carried on or to be carried on by or on behalf of the municipality or local board, being water operations. Motion reads that it is recommended Council of Corporation Township of Hamilton enacts as follows: that the special council meeting held on December 10th, 2025 move into closed session at 3:39 p.m. under the Municipal Act sections 239(2)B, D, and K. Do I have a mover and a seconder, please? Moved by Larry, seconded by John. Questions or comments? All those in favor? Carried. Thank you. And we'll take a moment to transition. Come on. Okay, we are now in open session, and the report out of closed session is simply that staff are to proceed with action as indicated in the direction given in closed session. Next item of business is our confirmatory bylaw, and the prepared motion reads that bylaw 2025-50, being a bylaw to adapt the proceedings of special council meeting held on the 10th day of December 2025, and to authorize its execution be given first, second, third reading, and finally passed this 10th day of December 2025. Mover? Bruce? Seconder? Larry? Questions, comments? All those in favor? Carried. Thank you. Motion to adjourn. Motion reads that special council meeting held on December 10th, 2025 be adjourned at 4:13 p.m. Moved by Mark, seconded by. Any questions or comments? All those in favor? Thank you to everyone that's left, and thank you to everyone that's kept us in line today.